objective of practice is to get to the hill and to learn the course and see any should we say surface changes, if there's any damp spots or anything like that. So that's the idea of practice, is to actually go to the top of the hill and endeavour to find out how the condition of the track is, and obviously ensure that the car is performing well. Apparently car number 18 had a mechanical issue at Martini, so just purely a mechanical issue, which meant that he scored a fail. So obviously Martini is not the easiest of places for the marshals to move a vehicle, because of the fact it's a very steep corner. So the flags are starting to come in now, and we'll be back in operation in a few minutes. As away from the line goes car number 23, Colin Rogers home in the MPH Special. Heading across the park, over bunnies, onto the brakes, into the gate, and through the gate into the S's, as down on the start line is Barbara Lord being lined up ready for her second practice of the day. That lovely yellow Riley 12.4 Falcon Special. Away from the line goes number 25, Andrew Oliver, in Riley 12.4 Special, around the Wiz corner. Up towards Bunny's Leap, over Bunny's Leap, into the gate, on the brakes, gate, turning in. We look back to the start line, and we can see the Riley Strike replica, 26, and Mike James. That looks like Mike's getting out, so obviously an issue down there with his car on the start line. Marshals are having to push it back. So a small delay there. While we look at Sawbench, and we see the Andrew Oliver car rounding Sawbench, heading towards Martini. And car 23, that's Colin Rogers. He's recorded a time of 56.16, and car 24, that of Barbara Lord, with a time of 63.93. Car 25, Andrew Oliver, has just got to the top in a time of 63.19. As away from the line goes number 27, Andy Baker in the Riley Brooklands. Heading towards the gate now, through the gate and into the S's. Whilst we look back at the start, and we see Gerald Parker, number 28, in his Riley 9. Beautiful shaped car this. As around Sawbench goes Andy Baker, and Gerald Parker approaches the gate. Whilst down on the line we have Bella Murray. Bella in the Cooper Harley broke a chain when she came down to take her first practice, so having got a chain on it, running up the hill now at the back of this batch. So going back looking at times, So car 23, Colin Rogers, 56.16. Car 24, Barbara Lord, 63.93. Car 25, Andrew Oliver, a time of 63.19. And car 27, the car of Andy Baker, has done a time of 63.86. Number 26, Mike James, obviously got it all running down there, is now on the hill, having left the start line, heading across the park towards the gate, into the gate, and yes is through the lower rest, a little bit sideways there, but going. Towards the saw bench, onto the brakes for saw bench. Obviously being slowed by a car in front somewhere. And it appears that the car ahead of him has stopped at Martini, which I believe is Bella Murray, number, or maybe 28 Gerald Parker, but we'll have a look in a moment and see what we can find. I'm just waiting for the times to come in for me. I have no time come through on my system for number 28, which is Gerald Parker, so I would say he's failed at Martini. And in the meantime, Bella Murray is being pushed up the escape road up there to clear the track. Confirmation just come through. Car 77 was red flagged and car number 26 was red flagged, so they'll be due a rerun when they get back down to the paddock. So the course vehicle having gone up now to bring the batch back down. Obviously there'll be a little bit of a delay with this batch due to the mechanical issues with cars that are already up there. It's one of the Wiscombe tow vehicles preparing itself on Wiz Corner now to tow a vehicle back up into the paddock. So if you're in the paddock and anywhere near the paddock return road, if I could ask you to keep the return road clear for us, it'd be a great help, as obviously a lot of these cars don't have a parking brake, and to park on the hill makes it very, very difficult for them to pull away afterwards. But if you are coming down to the paddock, don't forget we have the catering, we have the bar, and we also have ice creams, and a lovely day it is for an ice cream. Unfortunately at present I don't have any class times to give you, but as soon as I start to get class times I will be reading them out to give you an indication who's where in the class. Obviously, as I said earlier, it is practice, so it need not be timed, although we generally do time it. The times are being recorded by the results teams, but they have no means of displaying them or handing them out at present, so the technical team are working on that. And in the caravans, trying to resolve the issues with being able to print the times for you. So as soon as that's available, obviously I will let you know. And in the meantime, we're looking at the cars coming back down. If you are wandering around here today in this beautiful sunshine, please remember to wear a hat or have plenty of fluids. It is going to be a hot day today. I think that's a really nice way to have the 500 owners after last year when we had a bit of a damp day here. So obviously please take care of yourself. If you have got a dog at the top in the car park in your vehicle, and we would ask that you ensure that it's properly looked after, parked in the shade with water, windows open, so that it's got plenty of fresh air and everything. But obviously, look after yourself. Make sure that you don't get sunburnt. We do have a medical team here, but obviously their priority is the competitors and the others involved in the event. But if you do feel that you're suffering from a bad attack of sunshine, should we call it, which is very nice to have a bit of sunshine down here at Wiscombe. Obviously, please make your way down to Wiz Corner and have a chat to somebody down there. There is a first aid post down there for you as well. If you are wandering around and you're looking for the toilets, there are toilets at the top of the paddock here by the house. If you go right up to the top of the paddock road, you will find some toilets up there for you. And obviously, as I say, the bar apparently has some very nice otter ales on this weekend. So if you're feeling thirsty, please go and have yourself a nice glass of cool beer. As the cars are starting to return now, if I could remind you to keep the paddock return road clear, as some of these cars will need to have a speedy return to the paddock as they have to go out for a rerun. Car number 26, which was red flagged, being one of these cars, which is the first one that we're going to see now. So if I could ask you to keep the return road clear, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. And anybody who's watching from home on the live stream, as Stephen Williams has just said on the live stream, the bluebells and old cars, lovely. And it is such a wonderful day down here today. The bluebells are out, and there's messages coming through onto the live stream. If you're unable to get here today or tomorrow and you want to see the cars, the live stream will be operating again tomorrow. I see you have another comment come through on the live stream from young Ben Bonfield. Ben is normally here in his single-seater Jedi racing car, generally amongst the top people competing, and often going away with a second or third overall here at Wiscombe. And he's saying, "Good morning, everybody. The hill looks lovely. See you shortly." So obviously Ben's going to come down and spectate today. So nice when you get competitors who come back just for the enjoyment of the other formulas of cars that we have down here. I see the breakdown truck at the moment is just going up to recover one of the vehicles that's broken down at Sawbench. So obviously there'll be a delay while that's going on, as we have some of the other cars now returning back to us here in the paddock. what a lovely view it is as we see these old cars coming past the house here at Wiscombe Park. We're indebted to the family for allowing us to come here and take over their facilities, their road, their house, their grounds, and without their support we would not be able to have motorsport here. So for the Chichester family, a big thank you to them. They will be obviously sat out looking as the weekend goes on, watching the cars. They enjoy them as much as us, I think. So I've just had a message there from the timekeepers. If anybody wants to check their times, there is actually a printer been installed on the end of the bar. So if you go to the green and white covered bar area, there is a printer there so that you can actually see what your times are. It will be on a scroll of paper that you'll probably have to work your way back through to find out where you are. But until we can get the times connected and working for the results system, unfortunately that's all we can give you at present. But as soon as we can have some times displayed, they will be coming up on the screen, and they will be coming up for the timekeepers and results to be able to put a printed copy up onto the caravan window for you. If you are here and would like to see the live stream, if you go onto the Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Facebook page, you will find a link which will take you through, and you can actually watch the cars on the live stream as they're going up the hill. So that's the Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever your social media preference is. You will find that there's an account for it, and it will actually give you a link. And at the moment they're showing some very nice highlights from the earlier runs that have happened this morning as the cars are now returning back down the hill. I see there's some coming around Sawbench, so very shortly they'll all be back down to the bottom. We've got a motorcycle leading them down at the moment. And again, if I can just appeal to anybody on the return road up through the middle of the paddock, if I could ask you to keep that clear so that the vehicles can have a quick passage back to their place in the paddock. Thank you. A quick apology there to Sarah Kellaway. I thought that was Sarah in the Riley 12.4 earlier, but she's actually sharing cars with Simon today by the looks of it, and that was actually number 22, Barbara Dorigo, who went up, with the one I mistakenly identified as Sarah. Just waiting for a few more vehicles to return back down the hill. The marshals will be readying the cars that had red flags shown to them as on their way up, ready for their reruns. So if you've never been to a hill climb before, welcome to Wiscombe. And you will find that if you look at the marshal posts, if there's an incident, the marshal adjacent to it will put out a red flag, and then all the marshals on the lower parts of the hill below that will obviously put out their flag as well. This is an indication to the start line to not send any more cars. There is radio communications as well, so the control do actually know what's going on. And the red flag, if you have it shown to you, then your time does not count. You have to stop as a competitor, and then you will qualify for a rerun. So because your run was disrupted, you are given the chance of another run, and hopefully you get to the top with no hold-ups or incidents. The course vehicles are now returning. Obviously they're not towing any vehicles down. They've taken them probably to the top of the paddock and left them up there, and now they're back. As soon as the vehicle's back into position, we will have the next car down to the start line, which looks like to be one of the Rileys, which is on its rerun. So the Riley's leaving the paddock now. Number 26. This is the car of Mike James, the TT Sprite replica. Followed by number 17, the Nissan Micra, which was also giving a rerun because it was red flagged on their previous run. This is followed by the double driven car. This is Greg Lirigo in the Riley 12.4 Special. Some of the cars have two drivers, and you can distinguish them because one driver will just have the number 22 and the other one will have number 122. So the second driver will always have the number 1 in front of the original driving number. So just watching the start now, waiting for the Riley to leave the start, and away it goes. Sounds very crisp. Bunny's Leap, heading towards the gate. Through the S's. These cars. I think with Fraser driven with great gusto applied. As off the line goes Nissan Micra, number 17 of Martin Bell. Over Bunny's Leap, into the gate and into the trees of the S's. We have car number 122 then away. That's Greg, here we go. Will be followed by Bella Murray taking her other run in her Cooper Harley. This is again, I believe Bella was red flag last time, so not the ideal start of the day for Bella. First the chain and then red flag. And car 26 got to the top in a time of 47.65. 47.65 as Bella Murray leaves the start. Car 17, the Nissan Micra, and that has got to the top of the hill in a time of 58.88. 58.88. As we watch Bella go through the gate. Yes, it's Bella who's been here for many, many years. Along with her father Guy in this car. Bella Brown's strawberry, a little bit of sideways going on there, and heads on up to Martini. Closely followed by number 120, the Simon Kellaway car. This is probably Sarah in it now. And Leonard Lord in the Riley Falcon, number 124, having just left the start line. Up over Bunny's Leap and into the gate with that lovely yellow line. As we look towards the start. We get a time come in for Sarah Kellaway of 58.53. 58.53. This is where I probably find it's Simon driving, not Sarah, but I'm sure they'll come and tell me if I'm wrong. And away from the start. Lovely little green car, number 29. This is Colin Rogers in the Agro Special. He's going to be followed by Andrew Morland in his Lotus Mark 6. Two Lotus Mark 6s here today. One of them is the 1172cc engine, which is Nigel Spencer, which is going to be the old Ford side valve. And this one being a 1466cc engine. Very rare car, and even more astonishing is we see two on the same day. So car 124, Leonard Lord has got to the top in a time of 69.48. Car 25, Andrew Oliver in the top in 59.60. As away from the line goes number 31. Gary Clare. Anybody who's been around the 500 owners will recognise Granny. It's a Jap-engined single-seater car that's been campaigned for many, many years, very, very successfully. So car 25 got to the top in time of 69.6. That's Andrew Oliver. And car 29, Colin Rogers, to the top in 59.17. there rounds Sawbench in Granny and heads on up towards Martini. We get a time come in for Andrew Morland in the Lotus Mark 6 of 55.37. 55.37. And away over the hill now is the Elvis 1250 of Anthony Norton. Obviously a more of a saloon car, open topped car, racing car. Obviously giving great enjoyment, this Elvis 1250. And then that's being followed by Paul Martin in the Austin Jap single-seater special, number 33, as the big Elvis rounds the Sawbench. And we look back towards the Bunny's Leap to see the Austin Jap single-seater heading up now to the gate and into the S's. We then have number 35, which is the Morgan 44 of David Price, and this is a 1500cc engine car heading up now towards Bunny's Leap and into the gate. A little bit sideways there, a little bit of smoke coming off the tyres. I think they've propped it up a bit, keeping it going nicely through the S's. Yeah, there's a little bit of smoke. It could actually be engine smoke. Bench as he heads up through the bluebells up to the top of the hill. And we look back and number 37 has just left the start line. That's Mike Pallett in the Lear Francis Hyper. I'm sure somebody's going to tell me I got my pronunciation of that wrong. And, Mike has just gone into the S's now. On the start line we're now moving into the Class 4 Austin 7 cars. And this is, it should be number 39, which is David Furnell in the Austin the Toy 7. Leaves the line, that lovely little yellow Austin 7. Recapping on a few times again. Car 32. This is Anthony Norton in the Elvis 1250 at the top in 65.56 seconds. Car 33, a time of 58.47, that's Paul Martin. Car 35, this is the Morgan 44 of David Pryke, and that's a time of 51.19. And car 37 with a time of, this is Mike Pallett, a time of 60.08. As we watch the Austin Toy 7 round Sawbench. And we have on the line now, just leaving, number 41, which is Julia Wostenholm in the Austin 7 Ulster. Very pretty little cars, these Austin 7s, especially with the Ulster bodies on them. As we watch through the S's and up into Sawbench of car number 40, Shirley Tull. Just coming into Sawbench now, as we look back towards the start, and we see the next car being lined up. It should be the Austin 7, and I think that is number 42, Graham Beckett, the Austin 7 Ulster. Just down there on the start line, waiting to get the green light. As we watch around the Sawbench and see Julia Wostenholm rounding it. So a small delay there. I don't know whether the marshals are brushing or something on the hill, and just waiting for the green light on the start line. So there may be a short delay now. They're just sorting out a few little odds and ends in the bottom paddock here actually. So while we're waiting in the sunshine, just to remind you, you can get teas, coffees, refreshments, ice creams, and from the catering units there is a bar there should you wish to avail yourself of a cold drink. While the people pop off and just have a little deal with an incident in the lower paddock here, so hopefully not too much of a delay. So just looking at the live stream, there'll be some highlights coming up in a minute on there, no doubt, while we're got the delay going on. And we got somebody's just commented they're working in the Morrison's depot by the M5, so obviously somebody near Bridgewater busily supposedly working, so we don't like to ask too many questions. So if you're watching the live stream, there's a few highlights going out now while we have a small delay to deal with an incident in the paddock, and we will see what's if you're at home, what you're missing. Come on down. Always nice to see that competitors come down here when they're not competing. You can see George Koopman, who's a regular here, walking up the paddock now. George has just taken to competing in a Toyota Yaris GR. He does very successfully in it. In addition to that, he also runs the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Hillclimb Championship. So if anybody wants to know anything about hill climbing, there's usually plenty of people around in the paddock who can give you some interesting information and help. So George has just given me thumbs up, which means he's going to be in the bar in a minute waiting for questions. Oh no, he's not apparently. With any luck, throughout the day, we get some the 500 Owners Association committee members and such like people to pop into the commentary and have a little chat, tell everybody a little bit about the 500 Owners Association, how it was formed, where it all come from, what sort of vehicles are eligible, and it would be quite nice to be able to give you a bit of history of the 500 Owners Association. Unfortunately, I'm not an authority on that, but there are people here that I know that are, so with any luck, we'll have some visitors as the day goes on just to chat to you a little bit about it. So there's still be a short delay. There's been an incident in lower paddock, and some of the marshals and the rescue team have had to go and just try and sort that out. And hopefully everything will be under control down there. And as soon as they can get back to their positions, we'll be able to restart. And in the meantime, if you're wandering around and you do come down to the paddock, I know I keep saying about the catering facilities, but I see the ice creams are open there. There's a young lady in there at the moment, busily selling ice creams as fast as she can, trying to keep up with the queue. And it's a lovely hot day. As I say, please make sure that you have got a sun hat on if you are susceptible to the sun. And, obviously personal care is very important. We don't want you getting overheated in the lovely sunshine that we're experiencing here today. I can see the clerk of the course here today, Jason Hayes, is out chatting to the stewards, just updating them on what's going on, keeping them in the picture. Very, very onerous task being the clerk of the course. The whole meeting rests on his shoulders today. He has a team with him. There's Jenny Locke, Jenny Brooks, I keep forgetting she's married, who's his deputy clerk. And between them, they will keep the meeting running today. And obviously you have the steward from Motorsport UK who comes down to ensure that everything is run in accordance with the MS UK guidelines. Anybody who's not familiar with MS UK, it's Motorsports UK. They are the governing body of motorsport here in the UK. So Jason is obviously updating everybody. So he's heading back towards his control caravan now, so with any luck we get an update and be back in action shortly. So I see all the marshals are heading back to the start line now. All the officials are going back into their positions. So hopefully it shouldn't be too long before we have a restart. Down on the line, in actual fact, is car number 42 being lined up as I speak. Graham Beckett in the Austin 7 Oster. This car from 1930. It's, as you think about it, it's almost 100 years old, this car. 92 years old. As he leaves the line, that's Graham Beckett leaving the line in Austin 7 Ulster number 42. Heading now out across the park up towards Bunny's Leap. A glorious sight these old cars make as well. That's the shiny aluminium body of car number 43. The Austin 7 of Douglas Alderson is going up across the parkland here. And as he goes up in towards the gate. Car number 44, Moody, who's just off the start. In that lovely little red car, we receive a time for car number 42. That's Graham Beckett of 69.26 seconds. That really crisp sounding Austin 7 Special heads up across the parkland. That boat tail on it. Very much of the shape of the racing cars in that period. Around Wiz Corner now goes number 46, that is Bill Phillips, as the time for number 44, which is Claire Moody, comes in of 71.24. 71.24. Nick Allen away now in the Austin 7 Shelley Special. This one very much an open body car, in fact a very open car. So, no doubt very, very lightweight for not having to carry the weight of the bodywork. Car number 45, Rick Pearman. Rick on time of 63.57. 63.57. Number 38, Dougie Roper Marshall leaves the start in his Austin 7. Which naturally it would be, because it's an Austin 7 class that we're working our way through. And we watch on the saw bench and we see the Austin 7 Shelley Special of Nick Allen going around, a little bit sideways, but getting the power down on that towards the finish. And we get a time of, for number 46, a time of 67.60. So let's see what time does. He's done 55.43, car 47, Nick Allen 55.43, as we watch car number 49, Stuart Rhodes, head across the parkland, and at the same point, number 48, Dougie Roper Marshall, in his Austin 7, is just grounded saw bench. Well, just a short update then I was receiving. Sorry, I had to go off. And just the delay was a few minutes ago was due to a non-competing car having an electrical issue in the paddock, which involved it catching fire. So the marshals went up there with the extinguishers and sorted the problem out. So nobody hurt, no major issue or anything. Just unfortunately we've had to have a small delay while it was dealt with. But a non-competing car, so nothing of any worry. So back to the, well, apart from to the owner, of course, who's very very accepting of it. And he said, oh well, I'll have to buy another one. So looking back now at the times, number 48, car 48, that was Dougie Roper Marshall, done a time of 66.78, car 49, Stuart 62.48, car number 50, Steve Smallman, and a time of 83.13, and car 51, Peter Howitt, in the Oxford 7 Ulster, a time of 67.17. Now moving on into the Fraser Nash class. And we have, I believe, the GN Beetle on the hill at present. It's just it's Andrew Frank, being followed by John Mellor in the Fraser Nash Boulogne, and he's just heading down now towards the start line. In fact, he may well be on the hill looking at it. And that's followed by John Giles in Salome. As the time for car 52 comes in of 77.94. That's car 52, Robert Barbett. Peter Howitt ahead of him in car 51, done a time of 67.17, and car 54, which is Andrew Frank, done a time of 55.7. GN Salome, number 56, currently going through the S's, heading up towards the saw bench. As we look back to the start, and we see David Knight lined up in the Fraser Nash TT replica. And we just look back through some times, and number 54 done a time of 55.70. Car 55, John Mellor, a time of 58.06, and car 56, John Giles in Salome, done a time of 49.96. Now on the start line we have Julian Grimwade in the Fraser Nash Norwich Special. This is a Fraser Nash with a Alvis engine in it. So very, very quick Alvis, very competitive. Julian was telling me he's moved to a different size wheel for today to see how it performs. He's used them for the last couple of events. They're a larger diameter, and he just feels that it would be quite nice to try it here at Wiscombe with those larger diameter wheels as well. Look down and I see some cars now which have come down, which I would say are obviously coming for their reruns. So Julian goes through the S's, up towards the saw bench, away goes to Ginetta. This is actually it's probably a drive, I believe. So this is number 110, which is the double drive of David Bain. David sharing the car with David Gibson. As we look back at the times, and car number 57, David Knight, has got to the top in 59.24, and Julian Grimwade has got to the top in 49.21. So Julian setting the class there. And number 118 gets away from the start line. This is the one that's not in my programme. That's the one that's on my list, I believe. Let's see where we are. Could actually be number 150, is my eyesight. Sorry about that. That's James Gibson, and he's Westfield on the hill at present, being followed off the start line by Georgina Dean in the Morgan +8, and then that will bring this batch of cars to a conclusion. some of the Wiscombe course vehicles now just going out to get themselves back into the position where they need to be. As we look towards the hill and see the Morgan coming through the S's. And young Mr. Gibson just rounded Martini and recorded a time of 51.54. That's 51.54. Car number 110, David Bain, he's recorded a time of 54.79. So we're just looking for the Morgan to get to the very top now and see what time gets recorded for that. Just waiting for the time to come in. And it is a time of 56.12. So car number 116, 56.12. So all the officials are getting themselves back into position now. And we will have a short break while we have the vehicles coming back down the hill. And the looking at it, there will be, I would say, just about a 5-minute hold while they're doing this. So the next batch that comes up will be the 500 Owners Association Racing Cars 1945 to 1960 in the up to 500cc class. So this will be their second practice today, and it'd be quite interesting to see the times of these. Obviously they've had one run at the hill, they know what's up there now, what the surface is like, and they will be back on the hill very shortly. If anybody's coming down to have a look at the cars tomorrow, it's a vintage sports car club event. There will be lots of these cars, plus obviously a big proportion of vintage cars, well worth coming to see, and lots of atmosphere tomorrow to that meeting where the older cars are wandering around, and some people actually dress in sort of period costumed to make the day go better. And if you're into hill climbing, if you want to see something slightly more modern, next weekend on Saturday is the Torbay Motor Club event and Sunday Wildlife Autosport event, which are mainly West Country competitors. People do come from afar to take part, but it is rounds of the Association of Southwestern Motor Clubs Speed Championship. And the 30th and 31st of July, the British Hillclimb Championship comes here to Wiscombe. This is the cars of the leading hill climbers here in the UK. You will find cars with around 600 brake horsepower out there on the hills, big single-seater V8 racing cars. Always a spectacle to come and see. And this year, slightly different in that there is planned to have a top 10 runoff on both the Saturday and the Sunday. Generally, that was only done on the Sunday, but the championship coordinators and the organisers from Woolbridge Motor Club have been in conversation, and sorry, it's top 12 runoff, and they will be having a top 12 runoff here at the end of both days. So excitement on both days for that event. Later on in the year, in September, we open up again here for some more hill climbing. On the 3rd and 4th of September is the 5 Clubs Hill Climb. Again, this is a West Country based championship round, and also a round of the Tillicoultry Wiscombe Park Hill Climb Championship, which, as I said, George Koopman, who's wandering around here today enjoying his leisure, will be he's the championship secretary. He will be contesting that in his little Toyota Yaris GR. Meanwhile, the cars are coming back at the moment, so if you're in the paddock return area, if I could ask you just to give plenty of room, because a lot of these cars haven't got a parking brake, and if they have to stop on the hill, it does make life a bit awkward for them, because they can't hold themselves, they have to keep going. So if you're anywhere near the paddock or the return road, if I could ask you just to keep an eye open for the vehicles that are returning and give them plenty of space. Thank you. As the cars are returning now, we'll get ourselves ready for the next batch, and this will be the first of all the Class 6 500 Owners Association racing cars, 1945 to 1960 up to 500. That will be followed by the Class 7 500 Owners Association motorcycle cars, 1945 to 1960 over 500 cc's, and the few Formula Junior Historic Racing Association cars. And then we have a couple of Allards, which is quite a rare thing to see these days, in Class 8. Class 9 will be some sports racing cars which are slightly more modern, and then we have sports racing cars over 1300 cc's. We will then have a few Morgans and motorcycles to follow that. So as all the vehicles are returning back now, quite a nice spectacle they made coming down over the hill as well, in the sunshine. There's that lovely Lotus Mark 6 coming up now. So you don't see many of these, and to see two of them in the same place on the same day is quite a treat. Anybody who's a regular here and comes to Wiscombe will know that we have quite a few people with racing cars, one of them which is Mr. Tony Wiltshire, and I see Tony now driving in his road car. So obviously Tony, one of the leading competitors in the southwest of England, come down to see what's going on and to give a hand, no doubt. So the course vehicle is almost back in position. As soon as he's back in position, we get the go ahead and we will have the racing cars heading down out of the racing car paddock towards the start. So I see the two Allards are coming out first. The first one is James Smith in the Allard J1. This is a full 1948 4.2 litre cc engine. I would say it's probably the Ford Pilot engine, the flathead V8 from that era that Allard tended to use, and Joe Clegg in the Allard K2 with a 5.4 litre 1951 model. So they're now lining up down at the start, and they're actually being followed by car number 154, which is David Frank in the GN Beetle. As the Allard's away off the start line, big old V8, not a high revving engine, but lots of low down torque. Allard's used in lots of competition, mainly quite often a lot of long distance rallies and such like. And through into the S's the Allard goes, James Smith, and followed by Joe Clegg leading the start line now in the K2, a much more streamlined vehicle than the J1. Lovely old V8 engine that you can hear so well there. As we look towards Sawbench now to see James Smith rounding it, as Joe Clegg goes through the gate. R80 gets to the top. James Smith in the Allard with a time of 62.6. As off the line goes number 154, David Frank, out across the parkland. And at the top of the hill now, just waiting for the time to come in, Joe Clegg in the Allard K2. Dave Frank goes through the gate. Time has just come in for car number 79 of 63.54. As on the line down there now we have the double driven Riley, number 120. Looks like it may have a little bit of a problem. They're pushing the car back, I think. Yeah, it looks like they're just pushing the car back. So the Kellaway Riley having a small issue down there. This car running a pre-selector gearbox. Simon very kindly explained to me last week how one works, but I'm not going to try to explain to you because it seemed very complicated to me. But basically, you have a gear you pull away in, then you change to another gear, and when you're ready to go into that gear you press the pedal, and then you change to the next gear, and when you're ready to go into that you press the pedal again. So it's already, you've selected the gear and then you actually press the pedal to engage it. That looks like, yeah, no, full start. So the rear axle didn't go over the white line, so that means they can have a restart. If the car had gone over the white line and stalled or something and both axles across the start line, then that would have been classed as a failed run. But they stopped the car in time that it didn't actually go right over the line. So it looks like it could be restarting again now. Marshals are just lining it up. And away it goes. And you can hear now the 500cc motorcycle engine cars as the Kellaway car goes across the front of the house and up across Bunnies towards the gate. So just to recap, car 79, Joe Clegg, a time of 63.54. And car number 154, a time of 57.38. And first of the 500 Owners Association cars get away. Car number 61, that's Alistair Dent in the Hornet. Soon to be, well, it should have been car 60 following, or should have been in front actually, but appears to have a slight issue with the starting of it down here towards the start line. The marshals are just giving it a bump start, and hopefully it will be going. That's it, I can hear the engine burst into life. So just a small hold at the moment. It appears that Alistair Dent has had an issue at saw bench. I would say it's probably mechanical because he's just pulled up, and it looks like the marshals will be pushing him into saw bench out of the way of the course. Now apparently it was number 122 that had gone up ahead. I think must have had an issue at Martini, and Alistair Dent has been pulled in, which is Greg Lirigio in the Riley 12.4 Special. So that means that Alistair Dent will get a rerun of this run, number 61. And of course number 60 is now had to be pushed back again because there's a hold, and they need to just sort it all out before we restart the next car. Right, so the time on car 122 was 97.72. He had a bit of an issue getting around Martini, which obviously delayed him, but he didn't need any outside assistance. He got around there under his own power. So that means that Alistair Dent will come back down and have a rerun at the end of this batch. And at the moment we have car number 60 waiting to be started as the marshals are pushing Alistair Dent back into Sawbench to get him clear of the track. So a short delay now. Once they've got him in there and he's secure, the red flag cascade will start, and the flags will come in as they go down the hill. And as the marshal's post on the hill pulls its flag in, the marshal will blow their whistle, which is an indication to the marshals in the next post down to do the same, and that means that the track is clear from out their position, and that works as a cascade right the way down to the very beginning of the hill at the start line. So, if you're watching from home, there's some highlights on at the moment. And as I say that, there's not a car to be seen. Anyway, car number 60 is now being restarted. So the flags are coming in. We'll be restarting in a few moments. So Richard Robarts down there with the Cooper Mark II, 500cc car this. All ready. And away he goes. Number 62 just being started here in the funnel, and he's got it done in down to the start line. That's Finn McIntosh down in there. This is again a Cooper Mark II. So away from the line he goes. As we watch, he goes across the parkland, over Bunny's Leap, up towards the gate. That's through the gate into the S's. Nice nimble little car to feed through the S's up there. And around Sawbench. Lovely line around Sawbench, nice and smooth, heading on up towards Martini and the finish. And we just had a time come in now for car number 60, Richard Robarts, of a time of 51.64. 51.64. And the blue car of JB Jones is in the S's at present. So car number 62, Finn McIntosh, done a time of 49.69. So a very respectable time, 49.69. As we watch Jonathan Morris in car number 64. Jonathan just gone through the gate into the S's. We receive a time through for JB Jones, car 63 of 54.13, 54.13 as Jonathan Morris leaves the line. Sorry, Simon Dedman leaves the line. Jonathan Morris is already on the hill. So Diamond's in the Cooper Mark 10. And you watch on the line as car number 66, which is John Dent, leaves the line, the Cooper Mark 8. We get a time come in for car number 64, which is Jonathan Morris of 65.87. 65.87. Mark Riley's on the hill at the moment in the Squander Bug. With car number 69, Max McIntosh, having just rounded Wiz Corner. We look back and we see Mark just going around Sawbench now, heading up Castle Straight. Max McIntosh enters into the wooded section, the S's. And we have car 70, Mike Wood in the Iota on the start line. As Max rounds Sawbench, waiting for the green is given, and Mike Wood is away. 70. We have a time of 51.32 for John Dent, time of 55.86 for Mark Riley, and a time of 69. For car 69, a time of 51.40 for Max McIntosh. This is Andy Rayner on the hill now in the Cooper Mark 5. As I look down towards the start, and the cars are lining up now. This is towards the end of the 500cc class. We've received a time now for Mike Wood of 55.99. Car 72 Mark Dent, Cooper Mark 6, heading across the parkland now. Car number 70, a time of 55.99, that's Mike Wood. 71, a time of 52.59, that's Andy Rayner, a time of 52.59. Car number 73 on the hill at the moment, which is Hamish Cameron Everly. This is a Cooper Mark 8. He's going to be followed by the first of the cars in the 500 Owners Club motorcycle engined 1945 to 1960 category of over 500 cc's. This is Charles Reynolds in his Cooper Mark 7. Charles has been around motorsport for many years and was at one point very heavily involved in the Rothmans rally team of David Sutton. So anybody can remember the days of Hanno Mikkola and Harry Vatanen driving the Ford Escorts, the Mark IIs, for David Sutton cars. Charles was heavily involved as team manager. So moving on down now, Mark Haynes, number 75. I believe is on the hill. Oh, it could be Dave Andrews actually. No, it probably is Mark Haynes in the Elva 200. No, it looks like the Elva down here actually. The Elva's down at the line at present, which is Mark Haynes. So, car number 73 has a time of 57.68. Car 74, Charles Reynolds, 58.74. The Elva is on the hill now. There's Dave Andrews just coming down the funnel now. The Elva is going through the S's, heading on up now towards Sawbench. We have Bella Murray in her Cooper Mark 5 on her second practice. And car number 76, Dave Andrews, has just left the start as we hear one of the more modern racing cars, the Jedi of John Bunting, just coming down to the start line now, warming his tyres. John, not our nearest competitor, he comes all the way from Nigeria to come and compete as he leaves the start line. John having had to do quite a bit of work on the car this week following the head gasket failure last weekend, so hoping it's all good for him. And we look back and we got time for Bella Murray on 55.76. 55.76. Mark Haynes in the Elva done a time of 53.86. And Dave Andrews in the Cooper Mark 7 a time of 50.11. 50.11. So a very respectable time that. And there we have a bit of a legend in the West Country. Peter Hobbit Hammond. Pete, often called Hobbit by a lot of his friends, in his Cooper Bobtail. What a lovely little car this is. It's got a Coventry Climax engine in it. And Andrew Mcdonald is on the line now in his Beck MG Special. This is a 1800cc, single-seater, like a dirt race car from America type chassis, powered by the MGB 1800cc power unit. That's number 86. Andrew McDonald on the hill at the moment as we watch Pete Hannum go around Sawbench, heading on up through the trees towards the finish. We wait for Andrew McDonald. Andrew used to be a clerk here on events, so he knows his way up and down the hill, but he said he hasn't competed here for many years, so I hope to just have a good, pleasant weekend motorsport. So we go back and we have now on the line, we have the Westfield SEI of Peter Reid. Peter, a long-time competitor here in this Westfield. Quite a quick car. And we got some times coming in now. John Bunting in the Jedi, a time of 62.57. So John obviously taking it very, very steady. And car 85, Pete Hannum, a time, sorry, got that wrong. John Bunting done a time of 44.88. It's Peter Hannum in 85 that's done 62.57. And car 86, Andrew McDonald, a time of 64.13. Now, approaching the line now is the potential man for setting fastest time today, Andrew Forsyth. Andrew in his OMS. This is a 1400cc car, very quickly driven. Andrew's taken the last two fastest time of days here this year. So obviously he will probably be looking for a hat trick today. He revs it up. It's ready, green light and goes. Very, very quick, very tidy off the line. Andrew, one of our leading West Country competitors, Forsyth family. Through the S's, and we look back towards the start line, and we have one more car to go in this batch. Andrew rounds Sawbench, gets the power down, going up through Castle Straight to Martini, and let's see what time Andrew scores. Car number 87, a time of 37.35. So yes, I believe that is probably the fastest so far today. So just to recap, number 90, which is Peter Reid, a time of 46.72. 89, Firth Cross in the Dempster Ensign, a car with lots and lots of history. If you get talking to Firth, if you've got the time to pop across and chat to him, he'll tell you all about the car. He's done a time of 44.64. And car number 87, Andrew Forsyth, has done a time of 37.37. So very shortly we'll have the motorcycle entry, but before that we have one car on a double driven run and the Morgans to go with a sidecar. So just a short delay now while we wait for them to come back down. And the final car in that batch, car number 139. Number 139, that scored a time of 71.08. That is for Claire Furnell-Williams. So if I could remind anybody in the paddock, if you could please make sure that the cars have a clear passage to get back to their parking spots. Car number 61, which is just coming down now, and he will have a rerun because he was red flagged on his way up. So that would be Alistair Dent. He will just come back down now and prepare himself to come out with this next batch. So there'll be a couple of cars and 3 Morgans and then a motorcycle and sidecar in this batch. Then we will get into the motorcycle entry. So, as I say, if I could ask you just to keep the paddock return road clear and ensure that the competitors coming back have got a clear run back into their paddock spaces, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you. See the Wiscombe recovery tow vehicle is now going out. Obviously they got a car that's going to need towing back into the paddock, so even more important that you keep an eye open for it coming up through the paddock and don't impede its flow if possible. They've just got to get the car down. Obviously, as I said earlier, these cars don't generally have a parking brake, so therefore they can't stop on the hill going up. So short delay while they're getting that down, and the course vehicle will be coming down shortly. I can see its lights flashing at Bunny's Leap at the moment. We're waiting for the vehicles to be retrieved. The Wiscombe retrieval team working well. Obviously all volunteers. They spend a lot of time down here throughout the year, both at events and away from the events, whereby they will be down here carrying out maintenance work on the hill, the fences that you see, the spectator areas. They're all built by these people. A small dedicated band who spend at least 2 or not 3 days a month down here away from the event and out of season, just keeping the venue up together and maintaining it. So the course vehicle is now back in position. We're waiting for the number 61, which is on a rerun, and it should be number 175, which is a double driven car, and they're the last 2 cars in the car entry before lunch, and they will be followed by the 3 Morgans and the motorcycle and sidecar. Then we will move into motorcycles and the motorcycle entry. Car 61, Alistair Dent on the start line now, waiting for the green light. And he's got the green, so he's able to go. He rounds Woods corner. It's a lovely sight going up over the hill there. Into the S's, mid S, and now up to top S's, heading towards the saw bench. As off the line goes number 175, Russell Haynes in the Elva 200. This is a 1098cc engine car. He gets to the gate, he goes through the gate. We look down to the start line and we see the first of our 3 Morgans. And car number 61 gets to the top with a time of 52.47. So it's Alistair Dent to the top in 52.47. As the first Morgan's away, it's Graham and Kathleen Slater. I was told earlier that Graham has owned this car since he was 18 years old, so quite a nice car to have. As it makes its way up across to the gate. The next car up is Tony Quinn. Now Tony's in this on his own, so he has to carry ballast to the weight of a co-driver. So there's ballast in there with Tony just to make it that it's fair to the others in the class. See one of the more modern Morgans, this being run under the motorcycle ACU permit, allows for the newer Morgans to take part as well. This is a 2.1 litre engined Morgan 5 speeder, so quite a lot of power there. When I say one of the more modern cars, the MSUK rules prohibit any Morgan or any three-wheel cars new in the 1931 taking place, but the motorcycle rules are different and they allow for the larger engine newer cars. So times coming in. Number 175 across the line with a time of 50.25, that's Russell Haynes. And car 92, Graham Slater and Catherine Slater, a time of 82.35. Tony Quinn, a time of 93. Tony Quinn, a time of 58.06. And now we have the motorcycle and sidecar outfit, the first of our motorcycles here today. This is a double ridden bike, hence the reason why it's going out now. It's Kevin Young and Sarah Howard. This is a Derbyshire Honda 600. Sarah, when she's not competing, is also a clerk of the course for both cars and motorcycles, and this year will be the clerk of the course for the motorcycles for the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So an all-rounder, Sarah. This is going to be followed by Peter Isaac. I can see Peter down there on his Velocette, and hopefully we may be able to persuade Peter to come in and have a chat to us as the day goes on. He's very, very informative on all the motorcycles. So there's Kevin and Sarah away. Car 94, Rob Pike and Petra Pike got to the top with a time of 55.35. 55.35. So it's only a small batch this time. It's Peter Isaac on his, I say, venerable Velocette. Peter is the MD of Wiscombe Limited and also the president of the HCA, which is the Motorcycle Hillclimb Association. So let's have a look up the hill. Peter is the man who's got a lot of effort down here to organise everybody to come and do any working parties, the list of work that needs undertaking, anything like that. As we look back and we see that the sidecar of Kevin Jewell, sorry, not Kevin Jewell, there's two Kevins unfortunately, which gets confusing. Kevin Young and Sarah Howard, as opposed to Kevin Jewell and Sarah Jewell. Kevin Young and Sarah Howard got to the top in a time of 53.33. And Peter Isaacs is now on the hill. He should be nearing the top of the hill shortly, and when he gets there we will have a time, and he has a time of 56.84. That's Peter Isaac at the top of the hill and 56.84. Just ask anybody who's in the paddock return road just to make sure that they keep the return road clear, as we have the cars coming back down. There's 2 cars, 3 Morgans and a motorcycle outfit, and of course Mr. Isaac's on his motorcycle, so it'd be good if you could just keep the return road clear just to give them a free passage back to the paddock. Thank you. The course car is returned back to its place now, so we're ready for the final batch before we break for lunch. This is the motorcycles, and the first motorcycle going down to the line now. Should be Simon Wilson. This is a 350cc bike, number 313. It is indeed number 313, as my typing screen is now working. I have further details. It's going to be easier to keep track of what's going on for me. As he leaves the line, and starting the line, he goes through the slipped timing feed, and he scores a time of 2.91 seconds. So that's classed as his launch time. So everybody will be measured over that same distance, and that time gives them an indication of how fast he accelerated away from the start. And he's in the lower S's already, and there will be a second split time up there of 24.01. So a second split time, 24.01. As away from the line goes Anthony Isaac, son of Peter, who we saw go up just now. Again on a Velocet, but a different one this time, it's 350cc. And Ant's time to the first split is 3.23 seconds. Lovely old bike this, I'm not sure exactly how old it is. There's on the line then, lining up is number 5. Which, funnily enough, doesn't show on my list. Let's have a look here, see if it's there. No. I thought it should be number 6, which is Jamie Mitchell. But I'm unsure if it was now. So now the line is number 511 as we get the time come in for Simon Wilson, and the time of 49.16, and closely followed by Ant Isaac getting to the top and his time of 61.18. So Richard Bowker on the hill at present. Richard with a launch time of 2.32 seconds and a split time of 18.57. As away from the line goes Steve Atkins. Steve's split time of 3.01 seconds. And looking for the time now for Richard Bowker to get to the top. Very shortly we will have a look, see what we got. The timekeeper is telling me it is number 5 on their list at 42.89, which may or may not have been Jamie Mitchell, I'm not sure, but I'm sure somebody will come and clarify me on that one at some point. Richard Bowker got to the top in a time of 47.22. Steve Atkins is on the hill at present. He done a mid-hill split of 26.65. That's number bike 512. Just waiting for his time to come in, and he's done a time of 55.36. So this is the 351 to 500cc class. There's Aidan Stafford. Gets near to the top of the hill, number 541, and scores a time at 51.42. Young Richard Thorne on the hill at present, number 547. This is the first time Richard's ridden this big bike, Suzuki RMZ 450, and looking to get a nice steady run in to get a feel with the bike. Richard was telling me yesterday he got his CBT this week, so soon to be hitting the highway. So 547, Richard Thorne gets to the top in 56 seconds. 553, Richard Peaty, has just reached the top on 46.27. Right, the light's gone green at the start. Unfortunately, the screen it gives me the numbers is just frozen, so I can't actually be certain exactly who it is each time at the moment. Peter Isaac obviously was taking his first practice when he went out at the beginning of this. No doubt he was involved in something Wiscombe Limited and missed his first practice, so he's just done his second practice and he's done a time of 55.06. And 572, Alan Chapman, a time of 45.84. Callum Short at the top of the hill in a time of 43.69. And the bikes are phenomenal to watch through the S's, anybody who's up there. Guy Ursul's on the hill at present. Keith Haynes scoring a time of 45.31 on the Aprilia. For time for Guy Ursul. This is in the 501 to 750 class. Guy running bike number 8. We got time for bike number 591 of 51.03. And Guy's time, quick time as expected, 44.45. And Peter Short following up on the KTM. Let's see what Peter does. As we look down towards the line. Simpkins lining up down there now. Watch through the S's, see the bikes just leaning side to side, all nicely controlled. Dick Simpkins on the hill at the moment, and we've got a time coming for Peter Short of 43.2. So Peter Short opening it up over Guy Ursul at present in the class. Keith Hunt, a time of 53.57. .739, Dick Simpkins, done a time of 51.38. Looking for time now for Chris Keats, part of the Keats family from up at Wellington. And 744, Chris Keats, a time of 46.59. Being followed up by 753, which is Jim Goddard on the KTM. Move into the next size bikes, which is the 751 to 1400 class. bigger bike. As the time comes in for 766, David Norris. David Norris at a time of 46.81. Jim Goddard having done a time of 49.55. David Peake, number 9, 46.79. As we watch the bigger bikes going out. I believe that's Stephen Butler just leaving the line now. And looking back, we have a time for Gareth Plunkett of 54.57. A time for Matthew Mogridge, otherwise known as Mog, and a time there of 46.2. And Colin Dodge done at 48.08. We now have Alison Self just leading the line, as Stephen Butler is powering his way through the S's into the Sawbench hairpin along Castle Straight, and Alison is now heading up over Bunny's Leap on the bike, all nice and steady, keeping it under control. As Mark Stafford leads the line. Mark on the KTM Duke, 790cc's this one. And then Peter Ford on the Hill Dragon 600 supercharged. Going to be a quick bike, that. And looking back at the times that have just come in, 829, Colin Dodge, done a time at 48.08. 830, Stephen Butler, done a time of 47.32. 850, Alison Self, 57.63. And just waiting for Peter Ford's time to come in. And Peter's time, no, we've got Mark Stafford's first. Mark Stafford's time of 50.40. As we head through towards the last of the couple of bikes. Just leaving the line now, Hans Tanzer on the Harley Davidson. And we have a time for Peter Ford of 46.82. Mark Williams not showing there. Next one out is Hans Tanzer on number 876 at a time of 29.81, which seems incredibly quick. I think that might be an issue there somewhere on my printer. I would say practice needs not be time, so it doesn't really matter whether it's coming up with a good time or not. Practice is to get to the top of the hill. And there we have the sidecar outfits. Always spectacular to watch the sidecars. I think there may be a timing glitch, so it looks like it might be holding for a few minutes while the timekeepers just sort that out. So just looking at the start line there with the outfits lining up and Wiscombe House in the background. Bike number 871 Mark Williams didn't actually record a time, even though he made it to the top of the hill. So, as I say, the object of the exercise with practice is to get to the top of the hill. It's not something where the time is being recorded for any results. It is purely to let you learn the hill and the conditions and things like that. Also, number 891, which is Paul Jeffrey, didn't score a time either. So obviously there's a timing issue at present. So there would obviously be, I would imagine, a small delay while the timekeepers resolve that. And we now got a green light, and this is Nigel Glover and Kirsty Glover. I believe they're known as Tigger and Hedgehog amongst the biking world. Going across there on their Triton. They will be followed by Simon and Jane Foster. And those of you who have been around the 500 Owners Association remember Carol Foster, which is Simon's auntie, who was the one who done the majority of the organising of this actual event here, the 500 Owners Association event. And a sad loss it was when we lost her. We had a minute's revving of engines 2 years ago to commemorate Carol and everything she had done. Very emotional it was. And then keeping up the Foster tradition is Mark Foster and James Foster. I believe on the line at the moment it does look very much like Kevin Jewell and Sarah Jewell. They're in their Windle Kawasaki 498cc. They're going to be followed by Rodney Thorne and Kevin Young. You will have seen you would have seen Kevin earlier on this outfit when Kevin was riding it with Sarah on the passenger side. So again, the outfit's really good to watch as we watch Kevin and Sarah Jewell heading through the S's on their outfit. Still have the little crest in the middle of the S's up towards the saw bench. As we watch them, Rodney Thorne. Rodney, no stranger here, often seen in a single-seater racing car. Just heading up over the hill now. The gate. Down on the line we got the Keats brothers, Paul and Paddy, or Patrick, lining up in their Baker F1, the 998cc outfit. So let's have a look at a few times that have come in. So going back to the couple of no times recorded, which is for number 871 and 891. Number 956, Nigel Glover and Kirsty Glover, done a time of 60.86. 969, Simon and Jane Foster, done a 45.57. 988, Kevin and Sarah Jewell, done a time of 57.79. 996, Rod Thorne and Kevin Young, a 49.26. And we're just waiting for the Keatses' time to come in, which will be very shortly. Let's see what they've done. You can hear them just accelerating over Martini now from down here. And they've done a time of 49.57. So a fairly quick time from them as well. So at the moment, in the motorcycle outfits, number 969, which is Simon and Jane Foster, are leading the class on a time of 45.95 here in practice. So we'll very shortly be stopping for lunch. Could I ask anybody who's in the paddock and going to the catering trailer, please to allow priority to the marshals and the officials, as they will need to get themselves back on the hill. When I get a restart time from the clerk of the course, I will let you know, and we will endeavour to start and give you an afternoon's entertainment. Thank you. So the clerks have just advised me that we'll be back live on the hill for 1:45 for a 10:02 restart. So 13:45 for a 13:50 restart. Thank you. Again, if I could remind anybody who's in the paddock return road to just allow room and keep an eye open for the motorcycles that are returning. You'll probably hear them as they come back down the hill, and just leave them enough room that they can get through safely back to their paddock spaces. So if I could ask you to make plenty of room for the motorcycles to return back to their paddock. Thank you. Just a very big thank you to everybody here who's just allowed all the marshals to go to the catering establishment to get their lunches. It's very much appreciated. I think we've got all the marshals with their food now, so if anybody was going for lunch, thank you for delaying going and getting your lunch. There's still plenty of lovely stuff there to eat, and a big thank you to Darren and his team on the catering unit for allowing us to get the marshals fed first. Without them, we would struggle to get everybody fed in time. So thank you to everybody for not going and getting their lunch until the marshals have been fed, and thank you for the caterers for giving priority to all of our marshals and all the hard work they put in. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Wiscombe Park, and this, the 500th Owners Association Wiscombe Park Annual Hill Climb. And a jolly good afternoon to you. We have the course vehicle just come back, giving the thumbs up, which means we'll be very shortly back in action. And this afternoon we have 2 time runs planned for them, and we will be starting with the cars in Class 1, which is the road going and saloon and sports cars. And leading down to that is obviously the number 1 car of Colin Johnson, the MG Sebring. This is 1892cc car, and it's been built to represent the Sebring races from the 1960s. So Colin from Axminster, so not too far away, and he's being lined up now by the start marshals. Anybody who's not been to a hill climb before, the idea is to get from the bottom to the top in the shortest time, and you're competing against your own personal bests in your class generally. You will be competing to try and beat the other people in your class, but obviously a lot of it is what time you've done last time you were here against what time you're going to try and do today. And a very dry day it is today, so it should be quite nice. And that's car number 1, Colin Johnson, on the hill now, heading up over Bunny's Leap towards the wooded area in the S's. If you're at the top of the hill and you've only just arrived, there is catering down here at the bottom, and we have, apart from the usual hot food, we have ice creams as well, and I've just had a jolly nice ice cream. So if you come down, there's ice creams down here. Following up from Colin is Mr. Jim Faulkner, Jim in his Westfield wide body, and that relates to the car and not Jim, he tells me. So the Westfield wide body going up the hill now, and let's have a look to see. Very shortly we will have a time come in for Colin Johnson. So Jim Faulkner on the hill, and he's followed by Julian Rinaldi. Julian in his Ford Fiesta, and this Julian's a regular here. For many years he's been campaigning a Fiat Panda, which you'll notice approaching the line now, which is his son, the Fiat Panda, which is Lewis. So we have a car time for car 1, and that is a time of 68.56. So car 1, first timed run, 68.56. As Julian Rinaldi is heading through Sawbench now, we have a look for time for Jim Faulkner. Jim Faulkner's time, 46.56, 46.56. The Fiat Panda now on the hill, number 4. This is Lewis Rinaldi, and following his father up in actual fact. So number 3 being Julian, number 4 Lewis. And car 3, Julian Rinaldi got to the top in a time of 48.41 in the Fiesta, 48.41. As we watch his son Lewis heading through the S's up towards Sawbench, we see the little MGTF of Roger Hodgson lead the line. Roger, a seasoned competitor of, I'll say, many decades, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. Roger has been a very competent competitor, and for a long time been using a Lotus Elan here with his wife Jo for many years, very successfly. As the Citroen C1 of Steve Challoner leaves the line, and a nice little starter car really, 1 litre car, 998cc. It's just something that shows that, you know, motorsport doesn't have to be terribly expensive. We then have a time now for car 4, Lewis Rinaldi, and he's got to top in 53.64. Steve Hepworth in the Ford Cortina GT. Very rare car now, a Cortina GT, but this one even rarer because it's fitted with the Lotus engine. And we look at the time for car 6. Roger Hodgson. Roger got to top in 51.56. 51.56. As down to the line comes that beautiful Lotus 6. We watched the Cortina round in Sawbench, and the Ford Anglia of... Sorry, just been disturbed then. The Ford Anglia of John Reed is on its way up the hill. This is the V6 Ford Anglia. But going back down to the start line, We have Nigel Spencer in the Lotus Mark 6. This is the 1172cc model, so the old Ford side valve engine in there, as it would have had in its period back in the 1950s. And we have a look to see what time that number 7, Steve Challoner done, which is 55.55, and number 8, Stephen Hepworth done in the Cortina GT of 56.14. No, David Gibson in the Ginetta G4. This is the ex-Roger Hodgson car. Sorry, not Roger Hodgson. I'm getting my Rogers mixed up here. Roger Coote car, just heading up the hill now. This has got a 1800cc Ford C-Tech engine in it. As we watch Matt Hannon being lined up down on the start line. So just running back, and John Reed done a time of 51.84 in the Ford Anglia. Car number 9, Nigel Spencer, 58.02. As Matt Hannon is making his way across the front of the house, up over Bunny's Leap towards the gate. And through the S's is Matt in that little Polo. Again, it shows that you don't need to have a truly expensive car to go out and have fun doing hill climbing. As down to the line comes number 15, which is Richard Gibson. Richard used to compete here quite a bit a long time ago, and now he's in a Westfield. Oh, he's being pushed back. So obviously got a little problem going on down there. They're waving the next car through, which is number 12, John Hollier. As we look back at the times, and for car 10, Dave Gibson got to the top in a time of 51.41, and Matt Hannon got to the top in a time of 58.88. So down there on the start line now, John Hollier, so part of the Hollier family. Ed, his brother, here looking after him today, not actually out in his single seater. He's the line in his little Seat Rosa. Coming up next will be number 16. This is the Morgan Plus 8 of James Dean, and obviously the V8 engine, Rover engine model. Lovely car. Obviously Morgan's got a lot of history, for anybody who's been around the car world for many years will know. Never really changed a lot on shape in those days, so they have become more radical these days in their designs. Following this up now is the Nissan Micra of Martin Bell, as we watch the Morgan go through the gate and into the S's. You see the little Seat Rosa rounding Martini, and some few more times for you. So car number 10, as I said, David Gibson, 51.41. Car number 11, Matt Hannon, a time of 58.88. And car number 12, John Hollier, a time of 53.95. As we watch the Micra of Martin Bell heading up the hill now. So as the Micra goes through the gate, we get the time come in for car 116, which actually appears to be Georgina Dean, not James Dean. So I'm not sure if it's 16 or 116, but it's a time of 53.78. The Micra is now just rounded Sawbench, heading on up Castle Straight, up into the top part of the hill, and into Martini, the hairpin left. Just as Steve Hill in his Caterham into the start line. Steve's a seasoned competitor in many disciplines, trials, hill climbs, sprints, and very much into classic cars as well. So we get a time now for car 17, Martin Bell, which is a time of 57.95. Now moving into the older cars. car number 18, David Saxey in the Riley TT Sprite replica. So, looking as the Riley goes up the hill, going now through the gate. And Steve Hill did a time of 42.24. It's away from the line. We have car, I believe it's probably car 20, which is Sarah Kellaway in the Riley 12.4 Special. This is the VSCC registered Riley cars class. David Saxey being the first one in the class, Sarah being second one to go on the hill in the class. I've got Sarah going through the S's. She is approaching Sawbench, turning into Sawbench and away up the straight towards Martini Hairpin. Car number 23 on the hill at the moment. This is Colin Woolstenholme in the Riley MPH Special. Very nice looking car. Should be followed by Barbara Lord in the yellow Riley Falcon Special. As Barbara leaves the line, we look back and Colin Woolstenholme is just going through the S's, heading towards Sawbench, and rounding Sawbench, nicely up the middle of the road towards Martini, and around Martini he goes. So a few more times. Car number 120, Simon Calloway, apparently it's number 120, and his time is 63.62. Car number 122, Greg Larigo, is a time of 62.58, and Colin Woolstenholme done a 54.88. And while it's going on, that's a lovely blue Riley up there now on its way up. As car number 26, Mike James, powers across the front of the house here. We have a time come in for car number 23 of 54.88. That's Colin Woolstenholme, 54.88. And car 24, Barbara Lord, 66.41. On the hill at the moment, or just left the start line, we have number 27, which is Andy Baker in his Riley Brooklands. Well, we have a time just come in for Andrew Oliver of 62.46. That's car 25, Andrew Oliver, 62.46. And there'll be a short break while the course vehicle goes to the top of the hill to retrieve those vehicles. And the last car in that batch, I believe, may not be the last actually. Number 26 has reached the top. I think there's still one on the hill at present, which there is. And number 26 has reached the top in a time of 47.61. And the last car in the batch, we're just waiting for the time to come in. Again, obviously a Riley, because it's a Riley class. And you're round to Martini, and it's car 27. And that is Andy Baker, and he has rescored a time of 62.08. So it'll be a short, quiet batch now while we bring the batch back down, and then we'll be looking at going into the next class. The next class is the other VSCC registered cars, which will be followed by the Austin 7s. So The next lot will be the other VSCC registered cars. It's quite nice to look out the window here and see all the different people wandering around, and I can see, I mentioned him earlier, young Ben Bonfield, just outside the window. It looks like he's got his camera bag. Hopefully he won't point it in my direction too much, but Ben's down here, normally competing in his single-seater, bright yellow Jedi, and just taking a day out from motorsport as a competitor to come and observe and spectate. I also have the MD of Wiscombe Limited just wandering through the door here beside me now, Mr. Peter Isaacs. Now, Peter's obviously just popping in to say hello, so I'm going to give him a microphone to say hello on.
Only popped in for a sit down, Dave.
What's your age, Pete?
It is, probably is, yes.
Yes.
And to say good morning to you.
Oh, it's actually it's afternoon, actually, Peter.
Yes.
I don't know, you may have missed that bit.
I did. I had certain problems this morning.
What a beautiful day for Wiscombe, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Particularly for this sort of event, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
really good.
I thought when I saw you going up on your motorcycle a bit late, and obviously that was your first practice, that you'd been asleep somewhere and you'd missed it.
Well, almost. It was. You could have to put it down to bad machine preparation, Dave.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, it is an old machine.
Well, it's meant to behave itself, The rider's half the problem, but we've got it going.
Yeah, good. So you had a nice run up the hill. When did you last ride the hill on your lovely, venerable Veloset?
The last meeting was the all-bike meeting here in September, which wound up our season last year.
Yeah, lovely. So obviously you would know your way up and down here because, as I said earlier, you are the man that organises the working party that keeps this venue in such superb condition, aren't you?
Yes.
Don't be
I
modest.
try to encourage people to come along, and yes, indeed. In fact, I've called another possible volunteer this morning.
Did you really?
Could he not
run very fast?
No, I managed to keep up with him.
Oh, that's
and
excellent. Yes.
He may well come and join us. So,
good.
Yes.
Lovely. And tomorrow we have vintage cars all through the day, the VSCC. That's quite a spectacle, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Dave. Yes, it's another meeting sort of similar to this, but even older machinery, or a lot of them competing today, of course, will be here tomorrow.
Yes.
But yes, it's always a lovely event, and if the weather stays as it is...
Well, I personally, I actually love this event, the 500 owners, because it's not a overcrowded entry, and it's a nice, relaxed day for the... Generally, anyway, I'm sure Jason over there in the Clark's Caravan would disagree with me today, but it is generally quite a nice, relaxed, easy-to-run day.
It is. They're lovely people, the 500 Owners Association, and yes, it's a different event to the normal, isn't it?
Oh, it is, isn't it? So
it is. It really is a most pleasant event. All sorts of cars, old and new, almost. I suppose you could say.
And I have to say, we need to say a big thank you to the 500 Owners Association for coming down here, and Javier for all the work he puts in. And I'm sure Mrs. Javier, who's sorry I've forgotten her name,
Angie,
I'm sure she puts a lot of work in behind the scenes that he won't admit to.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. Yes, it's the power behind the throne, Dave.
It is, isn't it? Yes. So it's quite nice. So you're not due out for some time yet. So it's nice of you to pop in to see us.
Thank you. I'm on my way up to get a cup of tea.
Are you?
Yes. And
I like tea.
Make sure I'm not late because I'm always late.
I like tea, Pete. I like tea.
I'll try and arrange it, Dave. Yes, I'll do my best.
I did actually have a very nice ice cream at lunchtime. I had the fudge one. I wasn't intending to have the fudge one, but it's the first one that come out, and I thought, well, that sounds all right to me, and it tasted gorgeous.
It is nice, that fudge, yes. From Darren, our wonderful caterer.
Yes.
With
the young lady Tracy there, who
was
serving
Lindsay,
it up. With a smile.
Terrific people.
Yeah, really good.
And Doug and Ash.
We have to say how thankful and grateful that we are to how they organise their lunch break to give the marshals a big priority on lunch today, because it was very, very close on the time limit that we had to get the marshals down, fed, and back on post.
Yes, it works quite well, doesn't it?
It did, yeah.
Very accommodating,
Yeah.
Dave. Yeah, they're lovely people, and everybody sort of behaved and did it as efficiently as they could, didn't
Yeah,
they?
it was great. It was excellent. So
Yes.
a big thank you to all the people who are spectating or involved for letting the marshals have priority at lunchtime as well.
Yes, I'll second that. That's really good. Really
So
good.
we have our course vehicle back now, young Mr. Winkworth and young
very
Jenny
good.
Locke. Sorry, Jenny Brooks. I keep calling her
Jenny
Jenny
Brooks,
Locke. It's so
yes.
many years I've known her
There
as
you
Jenny Locke. You know.
Yes, I managed to
It's
open her
very
battery
difficult.
compartment this morning, you know.
Did you?
Absolutely.
I didn't
yeah.
know she ran on batteries.
Well, I don't know. I was told to appear and unlock it.
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yes. It's a Duracells. Anyway, moving on
Yes,
swiftly,
I
shall
think
we?
I'd better go,
Yeah, I
hadn't
think
I,
you had
really?
better go with
Yes.
comments as that. But thank you for popping in, Peter, and thank you and all the Wimps for all the hard work that you put in to keep the venue up together.
Thank you, David. That's very kind of you, and it's nice that people appreciate the hills, you know, to get it into this condition.
Yeah.
And you are one of the Wimps. Let's face it.
Well, part-time.
Well, most of us are, but yes, it's always good.
Right.
I
Anyway,
appreciate you having me along. You better do something.
I got cars to talk about now. Right, that was very nice of Peter to pop in, just say a few words. He's always very good. He lets me poke fun at him and doesn't take it. I don't think he takes it serious. Time will tell. So moving on now, we're back into the older racing cars now, and off the line we have number 29, Colin Rogers in the Adro Special as he rounds Wiz Corner. And anybody who's watching this at home or on their phones, I'm sure there is somebody, because I did spot somebody saying I'm sheltering from the sun in the S's. So it's very nice to know that somebody up there who's taking care of themselves and not getting sunburnt. So that's the Agro Special on the hill now, and Andrew Morland is just about to leave the start in that other lovely Lotus Mark 6. Again, a very early Colin Chapman creation. As he leaves the start, we watch Colin Rogers round Sawbench. If you're watching on the live stream, if you want to watch the live stream, if you go online, you can do it on your phone, no doubt, or your tablet, whatever you have with you, and type in Wiscombe Park Hillclimb. You will in the search engine, and it will obviously take you to Facebook or somewhere, and you can pick up the copy to the live stream link. And well worth watching it is too. As Gary Clare leaves the start line in the Granny Jap, and this car has been around for many years. It doesn't actually tell. Oh no, it doesn't tell me how old it actually is, but I would say it's sort of like very probably late 20s, early 30s at a guess. I know that somebody will come and put me right on that if I'm wrong. And Anthony Norton is down there in the Alvis 1250 on the start line now, as we watch Gary Clare heading into the S's, and Anthony Norton leaves the start in that big lovely old Alvis 1250. So Gary Clare is now heading up towards Martini, and Anthony Norton is going across the land here in the front of the house, into the gate, around the gate. As down on the start is it's Paul Martin in the Austin Jap single-seater special. As he pops away from the start line, it sounded like it just hesitated a little bit there. Getting it going now. That's the Austin Jap single-seater special on the hill at present, as the Alvis of Anthony Norton is heading up around Martini. Something sounding quite purposeful there. This would be David Pryke in the Morgan 44. Car number 35. So David's going through the S's at the present. Little puff of blue smoke coming out of it as he goes. As we watch number 37, Mike Pallett in the Lear Francis Hyper. I'm watching now on the live screen just to see where we are, and we have now Mike Pallett coming into the S's, through the lower S's, into the mid S's where there's a very slight crest, towards SS3 and the hairpin right for Sawbench. And a very nice young man has just bought me in a cup of tea. Thank you, Matthew, that's much appreciated. You bought me one last year as well. I must remember to repay it one day. So very nice. So looking back down now, we're now moving into the Class 4 Austin 7s. This is pre-war Austin 7 Club and other Austin 7s. And we have car number 41 on the line down here, which is Julia Wolstenholme. Waiting to start. On the hill, we have the little yellow Austin 7, which I think is the David Furnell car, but let's give you some times. So the times that come in, car number 29, which is Colin Rogers, got to the top of the hill in 58.18. Car number 30, Andrew Morland in the Lotus Mark 6, a time of 54.92. Car 31, Gary Clare in Granny, a time of 55.59. And car 32 with a time of 65.08, which is Anthony Norton in that big Alvis. Car 33, which is Paul Martin in the Austin Jap single-seater, is a time of 56.72. Car 35, David Prike in the Morgan 44, got to the top in a time of 51.69. Car 37, Mike Pallett, a time of 58.05. And then moving on into the Austin 7s, David Furnell in car 39, 65.73. Shirley Tull in the Austin 7, a time of 76.27. And car 41, Julia Wolstenholme, has just come in with a time of 62.38. As off the line goes Claire Moody and the Austin 7 Ulster replica. Beautiful looking little car this. You quite happily pop around on a Sunday in sunshine and just really enjoy such a little car. And that's car number 44. Just going up over Bunny's Leap now and through the gate into the wooded area. And through the lower S's into the mid S's. Sun shining quite bright up there at the present through the trees. As car 45, Rick Pearman with the Austin 7 Special leaves the start line. So just going back to the few times that have come in, Shirley Tull, car 40, got a time of 72.7. Car 41, Julia Wolstenholme, a time of 62.38. Car 42, Graham Beckett in the Austin 7 Simplicity, a time of 61.64. And car 43, Douglas Alderson, a time of 66.54. And Claire Moody's just reached the top in a time of 70.79. As we watch the cars just leaving the start down here now. That's number 47, Nick Allen in the Austin 7 Shelley Special. Looks very special, has very little bodywork. And then we watch the Austin 7 of Dougie Roper Marshall being lined up, this lovely blue car. And the Austin 7 Shelley Special is quite rapidly going through the S's now. Just approaching Sawbench. Keeping up some good momentum there. There's that beautiful little blue car heads on up the hill. So number 49 on the line down there now, Stuart Rose, the Austin 7 Ulster. Some more times come in. So as we get some more times come in, Rick Pearman in the Austin 7 Special. has got a time of, it's number 45, a time of 62.22. Car 46, Bill Phillips in the Austin Special, has a time of 68.44. Car 47, Nick Allen in the Austin 7 Shelley Special, has a time of 54.62. Car 48, Dougie Roper Marshall, that lovely blue car, a time of 65.99. As car 51 leaves the line down in there, it's Peter Howitt and the Austin 7 Ulster. Again, another glorious looking little Austin 7. And car 52 away, Roger Barbett from Radstock. So let's have a look, see if we've got some times come in. Stuart Rose, car number 49, 61.16. Car 50, Steve Smallman, a time of 80.81. Wait for the time for Robert Barbett to come through. We watch the slightly bigger cars, number 55 going off now. This is the Fraser Nash cars. That's John Mellor heading up the hill now. As the time comes in for Robert Barbett of 74.13. And car 54, David Frank, the GN Beetle, has done a time of 54.71. So waiting now for the time for car 55, John Mellor, which is a time of 56.95. John Giles on the hill at the moment, followed by David Knight in car number 57. And then the beautiful blue Fraser Nash Norris Special of Julian Grimwade at number 58. Julian, if anybody's watching a historic programme that featured Brooklands not so long ago, will recognise him as the gentleman who is quite heavily involved in a lot of the things that go on as a membership at Brooklands. Julian on his way now to the top in the Fraser Nash Norris Special, and is being followed up now by one of the smaller engine cars. These are the double driven cars, a lot of these now, with the extra one on them. the lovely yellow Riley Falcon of Leonard Lord is down there, lining up, ready to go. He leaves the start line. This is a car that we saw earlier with Barbara Lord in, down from Westbury on trim. And we've got a few more times just come in. So car number 56, which is John Giles in Salami, or Salome I should say, not Salami, 49.3. And car 57, David Knight in the Fraser Nash TT replica, a time of 58.04. And car 58, Julian Grimwade, with a time of 48.4. Sorry, 48.7. Car 120, which is going to be either, well, it should be Simon Callaway, I think it is. I'm a bit confused because of their numbers. It's a time of 56.37. And car number 122, which is Greg Lirijo, in a time of 51.59. Car 124, Leonard Lord in that Riley Falcon Special, has just gone up in a time of 67.36. As we look to see the V8 Morgan back on the start line down there. It's a lovely, beautiful car. This time it should be Georgina Dean in it. That's car number 116. It's finally the Westfield, which is now obviously up and running. It should have gone out earlier. Oh, sorry, catering. No, I think it's James. No, it could be Richard Gibson, but pulled off at the start line. It's just underway now. Just wait for some more times to come in. Car 110 has reached the top, which will be David Bain in the Ginetta in 54.66, and car 116, Georgina Dean, a time of 55.09. So the course vehicle has now gone up to retrieve the cars back. I believe there may still be one more time to come in. And here's the time for car number 15, which indeed is Richard Gibson, a time of 52.76. So next up we'll have the Class 6, which is the 500 Owners Club Association racing cars, 1945 to 1960 up to 500cc. These are the small, mainly the Coopers and the such like. They will be coming up as the next batch, along with the 500 Owners Association motorcycle engine cars, 1945 to 1960 over 500cc's. So there are actual next batches of cars that will be coming up. We just wait while the course car brings down the batches up at the hill at the present, and then we will obviously recommence. And if anybody's wandering around, obviously I keep saying it, but the catering is down here, and there is a bar down here. They have two different types of otter ale on today, they tell me, and apparently both very nice. So you know, if you make the journey down, and obviously the ice creams, and the ice cream's got a bit of a queue there at the moment, but it's not too big a queue, but well worth queuing up and having an ice cream. Also, a reminder, as I said earlier, if you are here and you are susceptible to sunstroke and the such like, please remember to wear a hat, drink lots of water, and keep yourself well. Just one car to recover across from the other side, number 29, Colin Rogers, the Ardo Special, the Wiscombe Hillclimb response team, I'm going to call them, heading across there now, just to get it hooked up and towed back up to the paddock. And a reminder obviously to anybody in the paddock, there is still another car coming up on the end of a tow vehicle, so please leave plenty of room for the paddock for it to come through. It will go up through the paddock and then I believe turn to the right hand side at the top of the paddock return road. So the team are just hooking the car up, ready to tow, and the next batch will be readying themselves at the paddock exit. As I said, these will be the cars from Class 6 of the 500 Owners Club racing cars, 1945 to 1960 up to 500 cc's. Well, the course car is now back into its position, and they'll be giving the thumbs up to the paddock exit, who will release the next vehicle down to the start line. It's car number 154, which is Andrew Frank in the GN Beetle. It's being a double-driven car. Hence why it's gone up already with number 54 on it. So while that's being lined up down on the start line, the rest of the paddock will be readying itself to come out. And waiting for the green light. And away it goes. This is just under 2 litres, this car. Sounding 6-cylinder engine. Heading now into the trees, up at the gate. To the shady bit. Through the S's, the S bends in the middle. Up towards Sawbench Hairpin as car number 139 heads down to the start line. This being Claire Furdale Willems, and this is the Austin, the Toy 7. I think many people would say that a lot of these cars are their toys, so obviously it's all about enjoying them. And car 60 now, which is first of our Coopers in this Class 6 500 Owners Club racing cars, is Richard Robarts. This is a 500cc car, now being lined up on the start. As we watch for the time to come in for car number 154. And the time has come in for Andrew Frank, time of 54.43. As away from the line goes Richard Robarts. And through into the S's. As Alistair Dent pulls away in the Hornet F3 from the start line. Watching Richard Robarts through the S's there, heading up to Sawbench into the hairpin. Quite a tight line around there he's taken. It's a very smooth exit. And then looking back from the gate down towards Wiscombe House, as we see on the live stream the Hornet coming around. As from the line now goes number 62, Finn McIntosh in his Cooper. So just waiting for number 61, Alistair Dent, to make the top of the hill. And here is his time coming through now, a 52.71. Car 60 had a time of 51.84, so Richard Robarts 51.84, Alistair Dent 52.71. Away from the line now, number 64, Jonathan Morris in the way. Not actually in the way, but the way's the name of the car, spelled W-A-Y-E. On his way up over the hill, as we look for the times to come in. Car 62, Finn McIntosh done at 49.26. Alistair Dent a 52.71. So Finn McIntosh put in an extremely good time there. Car 63, which is JB Jones, and this is the Kuzi Mark II. I wonder what happened to the Kuzi Mark 1. JB Jones done a time at 54.64. Jonathan Morris on the hill at present still. As away from the line we have the car number 66 of John Dent. This is a Cooper Mark 8. Heading up across the parkland there. Time for Jonathan Morris, and it's a time of 60.40. Simon Deadman got to the top in a time of 52.24, 52.24. Waiting for John Dent's time to come in. That's car 66, and it's a time of 51.14, 51.14. Max McIntosh just left the line in the Cooper Mark 6. He's chasing Mark Riley in his Squanderbug GS1. Could be GSI, I believe, maybe. And they're heading to the top of the hill now. So, just waiting for some times to come in. We have a red flag, so everything halt for a few moments. It looks very much like car 67 failed on Martini. Marshals are just running it backwards, and it obviously didn't make it around. So that's Stuart Barnes, didn't actually make it around Martini, and the following car, Mark Riley, would have been held up with a red flag, and Max McIntosh also. And Max just slotting into saw bench hairpin out the way for a minute, while the marshals on Martini endeavour to get the car up there into a safe place, hopefully into the top paddock out of the way. So it's going to need a little bit of pushing, so there will be a few moments on that. So while they're doing that, I'll just recap a little bit on the history of the 500 Owners Association, very kindly supplied to me by Javier. And basically, the roots of the 500 movement go back to before the Second World War, when some enthusiasts built and competed in cars based on the principles of simple, lightweight cars with relatively small engine capacity. It was originally formed in Bristol and was called CAPA after the initials of 4 of the founding members. Obviously, the outbreak of war put a hold on their activities, and at the end of the war, the Bristol Aeroplane Company Motorsports Club was formed, and that was the club that set about producing a new racing car formula, and it was dedicated as a national club for the 500s. So hence the 500 clubs was formed. Now in 1948, a lot of the competitors were very, very active on hill climbs, and in September there was a young boy called Moss who won his inaugural race at Goodwood in one of these Cooper cars, and he carried on, obviously, as we know, to much better things, young Sterling, as he was in those days. And there was the RAC organised the first major international race for Grand Prix cars at Silverstone, and the 500s were invited along as a supporting race. So that obviously went quite well for Coopers, because they took the first 4 places. And then as 1949 came along, the 500 club was firmly established, and that's the beginnings of the club. At one point they called themselves a half-litre car club, and in November in Paris, the FIA made a decision to introduce a brand new Formula 3 and adopted the 500 rules. So the FIA adopted the rules that had been laid down by the 500 Owners Association. So it all sort of moved on from then, and several people came and went, and it was a golden era for the 500s and Formula 3 races. And there remain some of the names that took part in the day. Sterling Moss, Ken Tyrrell, Ivor Boob, Bob Gerrard, Jim Russell, Les Leston, Peter Collins, Don Parker, Stuart Lewis Evans. And some of those names obviously went on to greater things within the sport. So it's just a little bit of the background of the start of it all. And it did go on, and it's still very, very healthy club to this day. And if you look at the notice board that's in the paddock down here, on the rear of it, it will give you a list of where they're going to be over the rest of the year. So now we're back into a bit more action again, and we got car number 70 going into the start. This is Mike Wood in the Iota, and he'll be going up now. There's a couple of cars in that last batch. Car 67 obviously failed to make it round Martini, so they scored a fail. And then car 68 and 69 both were subject to a red flag, so they were both due to rerun on that run because they were stopped. So car 70 is on the hill now, heading towards the gate, and then through the S's to keep going. So towards Sawbench, as off the line goes car number 71, which is Andy Rayner in the Cooper Mark V. It's obviously the mark numbers being the earlier models. And looking towards the line now, there's Mark Dent down there with the Cooper Mark VI, number 72, all lining up. As we watch the Cooper go through the bluebells up through the S's. It's one of those things that if it didn't have straw bells there, it could have been filmed in the 1950s. It pulled off a whiz corner, unfortunately, as Mark Dent obviously has an issue with it, obviously a mechanical issue, so he's just pulled off. So car number 73, Hamish Cameron Evely, is now on the start line waiting to go. Just make sure that car's safe at Wiz Corner. Happy they've pushed it in out of the way. Just waiting for a green light on the start now. As I look back at the times, and car number 70, Mike Wood, scored a time of 54.48. 71, Andy Rayner, scored a time of 52.32. Obviously Mark Dent pulled off the corner there. And Hamish Cameron Evely is now on the hill in his Cooper Mark 6. He'll be followed by the first of the 500 Owners Association motorcycle engine cars 1945 to 1960 over 500cc and Formula Junior Historic Racing Association cars. The first one being Charles Reynolds. I said earlier, Charles is very, very heavily into the rallying scene many years ago. In fact, I believe he still has some involvement, and somebody once described him to me as Mr. WRC. He spends time involved with the FIA on rallying matters, I believe. So Charles on the hill now. Number 74. I was reading some rally results from the 1970s the other week, and it said John Taylor and Charles Reynolds won the Tavern Rally that ran from Taunton on the Brendan Hills, and apparently that was one of John Taylor's first rallies that he ever done. And John came from steeplechasing into rallycross, and from rallycross into rallying, and then later on become a mentor to a lot of the Ford Works drivers. We now have number 175, Russell Haynes in the Elva. On the hill at present. So let's looking back at some of that time. Car number 73, Hamish Cameron Evely, done a time of 54.29. Car 74, Charles Reynolds, a time of 50.90. As Dave Andrews in the Cooper Mark 7 goes away across the front of the building. And we have the Elva just rounded saw bench. Same time as Dave Andrews goes through the gate into the S's. So the Elva is now around Martini and should record a time any moment now. Here it comes of 52.45. As Bella Murray, Bella, one of our regulars here for many, many years, goes across the front of the house, up over the hill. Bella, I think, has been competing here for at least 20 years, if not more, with her father Guy Murray and sharing this Cooper. And we now move into the two Allards. So the first one is number 79, which is Joe Clegg, and this is K2. As we look for a time for, appears it was probably Mark Haynes in the Elva, who's come up as car 75, a time of 52.45, and car 76 Dave Andrews, a time of 50.84. Just waiting for Bella's time to come in. Here it comes, 56.14. So Joe Clegg already on the hill, currently rounding Soul Bench. As we look down, and James Smith is left the start and heading up across the front of the house here into the gate and the S's. As away from the line goes John Bunting in his OMS, sorry, his Jedi. So his little motorcycle engine racing car. So John, all the way from Nigeria to be here. He was at Warrington Park last weekend and had an oil issue with the engine, and it turned out to be a blown head gasket, and it was actually pumping oil out. So he's had to repair that this week. Away from the line goes Pete Hannum, or Hobbit as he's known affectionately in the Hillclimb world, in that lovely Cooper bobtail. So John Bunting goes around the hairpin at Martini, looking for his time to come in. And here it comes. Car 82, John Bunting, a time of 46.38. The James Smith Allard, car 80, a time of 61.22. And Joe Clegg, car 79, the Allard K2, a time of 61.76. So moving on into the quicker racing cars now. And very shortly we'll we have Firth Cross just leaving the start line. And his Ensign, this car's got a lot of history. At one point it was owned by the British Hillclimb and Sprint champion, David Franklin, up there in Bristol. David, one of the few people to win both disciplines, hill climbing and sprinting. And he went on many years later to have a good career driving some very nice cars for Mr. Monteverdi. And he actually set FTD at Goodwood Festival of Speed one year, did David. So that's Firth Cross in the Dempster Ensign. He's followed by Peter Eade. Peter in the Westfield SE1 or SEI. Peter's been coming here for many, many years, a Woolbridge Motor Club member. Always very, very tidy. And we've got some times coming in. Peter Hannum, first of all, Hobbit, a time of 60.22 in that Cooper Bobtail. And car 86, Andrew Mcdonald in the Beck MG Special, a time of 64.13. Firth Cross, a time of 44.18 as we listen to Andrew Forsyth snapping his authority on the hill here this afternoon. Andrew in his OMS, as I said earlier, he's taken 2 FTDs here this year already, and obviously we'll be looking to get a 3rd FTD to make a hat-trick. So, just waiting while they bring those cars back down. The recovery crew going across, Wiscombe recovery crew going across to tow that car up that's on Wiz Corner. And we'll have a short break now. Obviously it's nice and hot and sunny. It's still ice creams, drinks, etc. down here in the paddock. If you're up under the trees, obviously from in the shade, very, very nice up there. And hope you're enjoying your afternoon. And the time for Andrew Forsyth, a time of 37.26. Andrew will be extremely happy with that. 37.26. So the cars are returning now. If I could just ask you if you could ensure that there's a safe passage up through the paddock, back to the paddock spaces for these cars. The first one is being towed, and obviously he will need to get up as quickly as he can because the cars that are following behind don't have a parking brake. So obviously we need to make sure there's no delays for them coming back through the paddock. So if I could ask you to just watch out for the cars coming back and ensure you give them enough room and time to get through to their parking space. Very warm bunch of drivers walking up now, I can see. Steve Hill, the Rinaldis, and Jim Faulkner, all heading back up and down there watching the start, no doubt. And enjoying the sunshine as well. They're all pretending they can't hear me because they know that I will try to encourage one of them to come in and talk. They're all looking the other way. So quite a long line of cars coming back now. So I know I keep saying it, but if we could just make sure that they don't have any obstructions for them to get back into their paddock spaces, because they don't have a parking brake on these cars, so obviously they can't stop on the hill. There's that lovely Cooper bobtail there of Peter Hannum. Climax engine in the back, Coventry Climax engine in it. Lovely shape. So a couple of cars in this batch which will need to be rerun, so they'll have to go into the paddock and get themselves turned around ready to come back out. Sometimes they need to put a little bit of fuel in, usually very small fuel tanks on these cars. So they will go in and get themselves ready. There appears to be another car at the bottom there that's in need of a bit of assistance to get it back into the paddock. And the course vehicle now returning back down, almost at its parking space on Wiz Corner. Oh, sorry, it's parking in the paddock today, isn't it? Normally, quite often it parks at Wiz Corner, but today it's parking back in the paddock. It will follow up the racing car that's being towed. So there's one more car just being towed up through the paddock. So obviously if you can all stand well back to give it clear passage, that would be great. And the course vehicle being brought back now, we'll go back to the start line, and then we will have the vehicles ready to come out of the paddock to go up. We have a couple of reruns in this batch and a car, and then we have the 3 Morgans and the motorcycle outfit, which is Kevin Young and Sarah Howard. As I said earlier, Sarah, a clerk of the course in her own right for both cars and motorcycles, and is going to be the clerk of the course for the motorcycles at this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed, I understand. So obviously quite a knowledgeable and useful person. Also, if you see Kevin, he will be riding. At the moment he's driving the outfit, and then he will be riding as a passenger to Rodney Thorne a bit later on. So very adaptable motorcyclist, Kevin. So we got a couple of reruns coming out, number 68 and 69. And then we got number 175, which I believe is the Elva. I think I'm right in saying that. Yeah, the Elva 200. And then we will have the 3 Morgans. Now, the Morgans are actually running under the motorcycle permit. So they are able to have 2 people in them, rather than if they were running the Hillclimb cars. In a Hillclimb they could only have 1 in. So anyway, the 2 reruns are underway now. First one's on the hill. Going through the S's as the one's about to leave the start, and away it goes. So number 68 is just left the start. Sorry, number 69 has just left the start. So that means I think it's number 68 is already on the hill. So let's see what time we have come in. As 67 rounds Martini, a little bit sideways, quite a nice drift on there. Anybody on Martini has got a good shot of that. The Elva is round at Wiz Corner and it's going out across the front of the house here, up over Bunny's Leap, onto the brakes and into the gate. I should say in through the gate because it sounds better than into the gate, doesn't it? As the other Cooper just makes its way around the top and over the finish. So car 68 recorded a time of 55.73 and car 69 a time of 51.23. As the first of our Morgan 3-wheelers goes up the hill, this is the Morgan Super Aero of Graham and Kathleen Slater. It's 1100cc. They're down from Sutton Coldfield, or Royal Sutton Coldfield I think it is actually, and they're now on the hill, just going through the gate into the S's, as the second Morgan is lined up on the start line down here. And we got a time for car number 175, the Elva, of 49.67, 49.67. As the Morgan leaves the line. This is the Morgan of Tony Quinn. Tony's running with ballast in the passenger seat because he wasn't able to, or he doesn't have a partner to sit in there on this event today. So consequently, he has to have somebody sat in or ballast to the similar weight. As the Morgan just goes around saw bench of Graham and Kathleen Salter. Oh, and it appears that they were starting to catch him up. So car number 93 has been red flagged. So so car 92 had quite a slow run of 90.13, and in actual fact stopped at Sawbench and had to restart from Sawbench to go on up. They had a very, very close encounter with the undergrowth there. So they're obviously heading on up again now. They've made it to the top, but obviously at a slower pace than they would have liked. So car number 93 is reversing back down now. That will come back to the start line. I think it looks like they're going to turn it. That's the beauty of these small cars. You can generally turn them. If that was a full-size racing car, it would be very, very difficult to do anything with. So they're just turning just below the gate now to come back down to take a rerun. So that's Graham Sauter and Kathleen Sauter at the top of the hill and a time of 90.13, stopping for a small excursion at Sawbench. Tony Quinn now back down at the start. Just got to turn him around and then he will be ready to take his run. Obviously, having been red flagged, because he could get back down, he doesn't have to come out and have a rerun in a minute. He's able to get himself back into position and run up the hill now. They may well put the other Morgan up first while he's turning himself around, just to save a little bit of time. Yeah, looks like that's what they're going to do. So Rob Pike and Petra Pike, they're just down to the start line now. So this is one of the newer Morgans, the 5-speeder, and that's getting ready to run, and away it goes. This is a 2 litre, or 2.1 litre in actual fact, 2093cc Morgan, one of the more modern ones. Obviously, as I said earlier, this is on an ACU permit, so they're able to run with 2 people in it, and they can run newer Morgans, whereas the Motorsport UK permit will only allow Morgans up to 1931 production. As away from the line now goes Tony Quinn for another crack at the hill. Rob and Petra Pike, having just rounded Sawbench, heading on up to the top. As Tony Quinn goes through the S's. Nice smooth line he's got there, going through there. And we look down to the start line now for the first of the motorcycles. This being the outfit, as I say, of Kevin Young and Sarah Howard. So car number 94, that's the newer Morgan, has done a time of 53.98, and car number 93, a time of 57.39. So that's Tony Quinn, a time of 57.39. As we watch the outfit of Kevin and Sarah down on the start line. Sarah hanging over the back wheel to get the grip onto the tarmac as they pull away. Quite a brave thing to do, ride a sidecar. You have to be able to move around quite a bit, quite agile, to be able to keep the unit onto the road to give it the best traction and also the best handling. So waiting for a green light now. There'd be a small delay between the cars and the motorcycles, because on the edge of the post, on the edge of the track, there's some marker posts. These slot in and they have to be removed before the motorcycles go up, because obviously the motorcycles lean over a lot going around the corners, and there is a chance of them actually head-butting the marker post. So they got the green light, the revs rise, and away they go. Sarah moving now to the other side to put the weight down to keep the unit on the ground, going around Wiz corner. And keeping a little bit of weight on that side, because obviously they've got to accelerate up over Bunny's Leap. Then she'll shift to the other side to go through the gate. And once you get through the gate, it's pretty much a case of going from side to side a little bit on the sidecar, just to keep the traction where you want it and the unit very steady on the ground. So going through the S's now, coming into saw bench, and Sarah moves right over behind the driver, puts the weight on the top of the rear wheel to give them the traction to go up Castle Straight and up to Martini, and quite a wide lean that she has to do there to get round Martini and over the finish, and they've scored a time of 52.73. So now moving into motorcycles. It's not always easy to see their number because of the fact that they are smaller numbers and obviously less bodywork to attach them to. So I will give you the numbers as I see them, and hopefully I'll get them right. We never know. I think the first one that we'll be doing will be Simon Wilson, which is number 313. He will be in the 250 to 350 class, or 251 to 350. And his is a Yamaha 350, and he will also be followed by Anthony Isaac, whose father was in here earlier, Peter Isaac, the MD of Wiscombe Limited, and both of them on Vela sets. So obviously antique motorcycles. So just a few cars to come down and some motorcycles, or a motorcycle, and the three Morgans. Very soon be with us. Returning back down the hill. Here's the first of the cars coming now. So obviously, as I've said before, if we can make sure that the paddock return road is kept clear, as car number 68 returns to the paddock for us. There's a motorcycle and sidecar outfit coming back, and there's Sarah waving to all the adoring crowds down on the bridge. As we ready ourselves for the motorcycles to come out. Just got to wait for the course car to come back down. There's always a bit of a delay of it coming back down because it has to stop at the crossing point on the hill, just to ensure that everybody crosses safely and securely before it returns right to the bottom of the paddock and goes back into its parking space. And obviously the more spectators we have, the longer it takes it to get down. So course car's in sight, so we just let Nigel and Jenny get back into position, and once they're parked up we will have the motorcycles down for the first of the motorcycles to run. So Simon going down to the line now with a 350 Yamaha. Now he's actually got Steve oh no, they're changing places as they go down the queue just to confuse me. And now there's Ant Isaac on his number 365. And making their way down the hill to the start line. As way off the line goes Simon Wilson. Neatly round Wiz corner. Little two-stroke engine there, buzzing away. Coming through the S's now. Anybody watching this at home or on the live stream, it's quite a sensation to watch the bikes through there. As Ant Isaac carries on up over the hill on his Velocette. I'm not sure what year the bike is, but I'm going to say I would imagine it's 1930s. I'm sure if Peter's around later he will advise me on that one. As off the line goes Jamie Mitchell. Jamie is one of the more competitive riders. Got number 6 on his bike, which shows that he was amongst the top ones at the end of last year's championships. Again, worth watching. Just as he goes through, just popping his foot down just to stabilise the bike a little bit as he goes. Leaning it from side to side, into saw bench, around saw bench, and then powering it all the way up Castle Straight. Richard Boker's behind him. And then Steve Atkins on the greaves won't be far behind. So Simon Wilson put in a time of 49.66. Anthony Isaacs put in a time of 61.86. I'm just waiting for Jamie Mitchell's time to come up. 43.02, that's a very good time. As Richard Boker reads the top of the hill with a time of 47.31. And just watching the top of the hill now. Steve Atkins on the greaves goes around Martini and records a time of 54.27. As we watch the bikes through the S's. We get a time come in for number 541, Aidan Stafford, who done it in 51.31. As down on the start line now we have the MD of Wiscombe Limited, Mr. Peter Isaac. Peter with his Velocette, 500cc Velocette, as opposed to Anthony, his son's 350 Velocette. Peter has been riding this bike, well, I think Noah was building the Ark when Peter started. It's that long. But he loves it. He came in earlier and had a chat, those of you listening, and does a lot of work down here at Wiscombe to keep all these events up and running throughout the year. And still finds time to get out occasionally to ride his bike. So Richard Thorne out on his Suzuki today, the 450cc Suzuki. Richard told me he's been doing his CBT this week, so just getting ready to ride a motorcycle on the road, which obviously he can't ride at this moment, anything this big. And Richard done a time of 54.89, so first time out in competitive riding, 54.89. As we look at the top of the hill, we can see that Peter Isaacs has cleared the top of the hill, and he's done a time of 55.88. And the couple of the big guns, should we call them, are coming out shortly. We're due to have Guy Ursel and Peter Short, number 8 and 10 respectively, come out. They're very, very quick on their bikes. Well worth watching. I'd say get the cameras ready, but turn your flash off. If you don't have a flash on up there. As Keith Haynes goes up the hill on the Aprilia. So going back, Alan Chapman done a time of 46.36. Callum Short on 44.03. But one of the men to watch now, Guy Ursel, just leaving the line, number 8. Guy's been competing for a number of years and puts a lot of effort into helping with the event as well. Peter Short now getting ready to leave the start line. As we look back to see where Guy is. Guy's just rounded Sawbench. And Peter's away on the KTM. Again, putting in a very, very determined ride. Just waiting for Guy's time to come up on my screen. Here we go. So Guy just done a run of 44.6. So quite a competitive time that. Let's see what Peter Short done. Both of them on KTMs. Both of them seasoned riders. And Peter Short has done a 42.79, so a little bit quicker than Guy. So let's see what the next time run brings for them. I say, unfortunately, I can't always see the numbers of the bikes. Bit of serious tyre warming going on down there from David P with his bike. Look back on the times, and Keith Hunt has just done a 52.37. Dick Sinkins a 51.07. So that's number 712 Keith Hunt 52.37, number 739 Dick Sinkins 51.07, and then number 744 Chris Keats has just done a 46.27. That's bike number 744, done a time at 46.27. So the bike's spectacular to watch as always through the S's. And leaving the start line as well, where they just succeed in getting some momentum up, and they've got to brake hard to go around Wiz Corner. So these being the bigger bikes, this is the 750 to 1400 class, the biggest bikes of the lot here today. I think it could be Matthew Mogridge. Mog sat in on the start line, number 819. And we got a time come in for David Pete of 46.46. So a few around the 46 second mark. I believe that's Colin Dodge, just left the start line, heading up across the parkland. So you see a time coming for Gareth Plunkett of 53.62. So looking now for the time for Matthew Mogridge. Matthew is being on his Suzuki TL. Let's have a look, see what he's done. A 45.91. That's a very quick time. That's Alison Self down here on the start line. As we watch the bike carry up over the hill, nice tidy lines. We get a time come in for number 830, Stephen Butler. And Stephen Butler done a 47.45. Number 829, Colin Dodge. Colin on his Triumph done a time of 48.04. Alison Self's time's just come in, 58.02. So Alison on the Honda VTR, just done a time of 58.02. So Mark Stafford on the KTM Duke, a 790cc bike this. And Mark's just got to the top in 48.98. So the last solo motorcycle in this batch is now just approaching the start to get lined up. This would be poor Jeffrey. Paul's on the KTM Duke. Seems to be a lot of KTMs these days. 890cc's. And away he goes. Again, another determined rider. It'd be great to watch him through the S's. If you're watching from home, just keep an eye on the screen. He goes through the gate now. Quite a lean over to get round the corners. Up into Sawbench. As the first of the motorcycle combinations start, that's Nigel and Kirsty Glover. Carrying on over Bunnies on their Triton, 750cc this. Kirsty hanging outside. That's the fastest time in practice this morning for an outfit. Simon and Jane Foster as they leave the line, heading up the hill. Nigel and Kirsty just round saw bench. And Simon and Jane into the S's. Needs quite a bit of commitment to sit in the sidecar on one of these. And round saw bench, they get the power down. There's off the line goes Kevin and Sarah Jewell in their Windle Kawasaki, a 498cc outfit, this, a little blue outfit. And let's have a look, see where we are. We've got some times just come in. So, starting from Peter Ford, he done a 46.2. Mark Williams on the Honda, a time of 47.55. Hans Tanzer, a time of 806. Oh, sorry, that's his number, 878. So a time of 51.25. Then number 891, Paul Jeffrey, a 43.45. Moving on to the sidecars. The first sidecar in this batch, a time which is Nigel and Kirsty Glover, a time of 58.77. Simon and Jane Foster done a 45.91. Number 988, Kevin and Sarah Jewell have just done a 49.05. And Rod Thorne and Kevin Young. Kevin, you remember, would be riding with Sarah Howard on the sidecar just now. This time it's Rodney riding with Kevin on the sidecar. They've just done a 49.05, and we're just waiting for the Keats brothers, Patrick and Paul, to come in with their time on the Baker F1. This is a combination they've campaigned for many years, and just waiting to see where they are. Get a time for them, and it is 47.21. So that's the end of the first timed runs. We got one more time run to go now. So the course car has gone up to bring that batch back down, and we'll have a little short break. And somebody's just come up on the live stream and they say, enjoying the bikes heading up the hill, weather looks great. Come on, Paul Jeffrey. So obviously a Paul Jeffrey fan there. So that's great to see that. Nice to know that somebody's watching at home and taking the time to make the comments onto the live stream. As I said earlier, if you want to watch the live stream, if you can go online and put in Wiscombe Park Hillclimb, you will get to the link to take you to the live stream. It may be via Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. It could be any of the social media platforms. It does tend to be linked to all of them. So have a look, and there will be reruns of it later. So if you've missed it now, you'll be able to watch it this evening if you want. But Tony local racing hero Tony Wiltshire's just made it outside the caravan, so I'm handing a microphone out to him because otherwise he won't talk to me. Good afternoon, Tony. I did turn it on because I know you're technophobe, not really.
Afternoon, Dave. How are you doing?
Oh, well, very hot in here.
I can imagine.
Yeah,
stealing Jeff's job there.
Well,
he's pretty cool about it,
Yeah, Jeff unfortunately couldn't do it. Jeff normally sits in here and obviously does the commentary. Obviously you're down just to have a look today and enjoy yourself. Are you having a good time?
I'm supposed to be doing a little bit of Wiscombe duties with the Wimps, but nothing to do just yet. But yeah, just having a nose around and enjoying a great day.
It's nice to see you come down. I mean, you're not just a modern racing car driver, are you? You have an HRG at home that's in the process of being restored.
Well, I'm getting to that.
Is that a secret?
No, it's not a secret.
Now, anyway.
But I'm probably getting to that age where the HRG is more fitting for me than a lot of my modern stuff. I'm rather hoping it's going to be easier to get in and out of by the time I get the thing back on the road, which will be a few months away yet, that's for sure.
In the route, you've you know, how's the route coming along? Last time I spoke to you, the route had a gearbox issue or differential issue.
Yeah, I'd been lazy during the winter. I hadn't looked at it properly, changed the ratios for Gerst and noticed the crown wheel and pinion had a fair bit of wear on it. And by the time I'd done the next Gersten, prior to the April Wiscombe, then there was some galling on it as well. And the last thing I needed was a crown wheel and pinion failure that would potentially crack the gearbox casing. So I took some care and bought another car out instead, which was a road car and a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're pleased to see you actually, because your little Caterham, you do actually seem to do everything, and I see you're at a social engagement with it earlier this week in Cornwall. You were down at Wiscombe Park Hillclimb, were you?
No,
you weren't, were you?
No,
you were missing from Warrington.
I was down in Poole and Dorchester last weekend in it. So yeah, the Caterham gets a lot of use. I do sort of 5,000 to 8,000 miles a year in it, depending on the year. But then I bought it out here a couple of weeks ago and had an event in it, and yeah, it went surprisingly well for a road car. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, went very nicely.
Well, it's nice to see you here, and nice to hear that you're going to be here helping the. We call them WIMPs. It's the Wiscombe International Military Platoon, is their full title. They're the people who do all the work behind the scenes here. And you're here to help them at the end of the day with a bit of tidying up, which I think is an excellent thing, Tony. Thank you very much for that.
No problem, Dave. Good to chat to you. And I'll go and see if they've got any jobs for me at all, or it'll be retire to the beer tent.
Yeah.
Cheers now.
That's more likely, isn't it? Well, thanks for Tony for a couple of words there. As I say, he's one of the leading hill climb competitors here in the southwest and has been for many years. And it's nice to see that he's out putting as much back in as he gets out of the sport these days. So we're back in action now again. We have the MG Sebring heading down to the start line. This will be for its second time run, the final time run of the day for them. And Colin Johnson driving it from Axminster, so not too far away. So waiting for the red light to go out and the green light to come on, and there it is, and away he goes. Lovely looking car in the old works colours from BMC from years ago, the red bodywork and a white roof. Closely followed by Jim Faulkner. Jim gets away in his Westfield. It's a 2 litre car this. Jim down from Congsbury up near Bristol. A regular competitor here as we watch the MG go through the S's up into Sawbench. A steady approach to Sawbench. You don't want to come in too fast, otherwise you end up just understeering and popping off onto the side there. As Julian Rinaldi leaves the start line in his Ford Focus. Sorry, Ford Fiesta. And Jim slides the wide body Westfield around Sawbench and heads off up the straight towards Martini. Julian successfully through the gate into the S's as his son's lining up down here on the start line now in the Fiat Panda. So Lewis Rinaldi away in the Panda following father. This was father's car last couple of years, so quite nice to see it still being used. Many years ago, I mean, it's a Fiat Panda, it's got 100 brake horsepower, and many years ago if you said I'm going to do a competition in a Fiat Panda, people would have wondered what you were doing. But very competitive little package in actual fact. As we look down, we see Roger Hodson down on the start line now. Roger in his MG, just holding him there a minute. Julian appears to have a bit of a problem up the hill. Looks like Lewis has just been red flagged, so I would imagine he's not got round Martini clearly. or cleanly I should say. So, yes. Though Julian did score a time, so it may be that he pulled some gravel out onto the surface or something. So, car 1, Colin Johnson, done a time of 62.96. Car 2, Jim Faulkner, 46.49. Car 3, Julian Rinaldi, 47.85. So, Lewis will come back down later and take another run in the next batch. Meanwhile, as I say, Roger Hodgson's down there. Now, I know a few weeks ago Roger was doing a car trial and he had Tony Wiltshire, who I was just talking to. Tony sat in the passenger seat as his bouncer, and Roger has a Dello which he does these trials in. So Roger getting ready now to leave the start. That's car number 6. And the light goes green. Roger prepares himself and away he goes. Across the front of the house here, up towards Bunny's Leap. And over Bunny's Leap, onto the brakes, into the S's, via the gate. Roger keeping it nice and smooth, using most of the track as he goes. As we look back, and Steve Challoner has just left the start line. Steve in the Citroen C1, out having fun as Roger rounds Sawbench. Nice clean run from Roger by the looks of it. And Steve Challoner now on the hill, going through the S's. Having fun, nice little car this. Obviously relatively cheap to run as well. As he's followed by that lovely Mark I Ford Cortina GT with the Lotus engine of Steve Hepworth. And Roger gets to the top of the hill in 51.62. That's Roger Hodgson, 51.62. Now we hear that lovely Ford Angular going down there now. This is John Reed, car 14, the V6 Ford Anglia. And he's about to be followed by Nigel Spencer in that gorgeous little Lotus Mark 6. All nice and polished, 1172cc, so Ford side valve engine. One day we'll find out exactly what he's done to the engine. I imagine it's probably got an aquaplane head and twin SUs or something like that on it, but I will find out eventually. I get a chance to chat to him. And let's have a look. Steve Challoner has done a time of 55.29, and Stephen Hepworth in the Cortina a 54.95. So Matt Hannon just leaving the start line in the Polo. Again, a multi-purpose vehicle. You can go shopping in it, or you can come here and have some fun. I prefer to come here and have some fun. And immediately behind him is John Hollier in the little Seat Arosa. Again, a little 1400cc car out to have an enjoyable day's motorsport. And the light goes green and John's away as Matt Hannon carries on through the S's, round Sawbench, and away up Castle Straight. Now here's that lovely little Ginetta G4 of David Gibson down here on the start line there. A bit of trouble getting the traction down by the sound of it. Quite a lot of wheel spin. This is the ex-Roger Coote car. Roger campaigned it here for many years. It's got a Ford Z-Tech engine in it. As we look at the times coming in, Nigel Spencer in the Lotus Mark 6 done a 60.22. John Reed in the V6 Anglia, number 14, done a 53.76. Matt Hannon in the little Polo, a time of 59.28. And John Hollier a 52.63. So obviously the Hollier touches there. Younger brother to Edward, son of Bob. Excuse me. Car 10, David Gibson, has got to the top of the hill in a time of 50.15. Car 16, James Dean, a 52.03 in the Morgan plus 8. We're now moving into the Rileys. And Steve Hill is on the hill, number 19, in his Caterham, as the Riley leaves the start line. This is David Saxey, number 18, the Riley TT Sprite replica, and we have a look to see what number 19 done, and that's Steve Hill. He done a time of 47.87. Car number 17, Martin Bell, the Nissan Micra. Martin from Thorncombe near Chard, a time of 57.63. Watching the Riley heading through the S's. This is the Callaway car, all nice and smooth. Car 18, David Saxey, got a time of 62.19. As away from the line now is Colin Wolstenholme in car 23, the Riley MPH Special. Lovely sounding car, beautifully turned out. Colin's going through the S's now, as Barbara Lord leaves the start line. Barbara in that yellow Riley 12.4 Falcon Special, and just looking to see her go up across the front of the house here, as we got time coming for car number 18, David Saxey, was 62.19. Car 20, which is Sarah Callaway, 68 seconds exactly, 68.00. Car 22, Barbara Larigo, and that is a time of 63.31. Car 23, Colin Wolstenholme, 55.38. We're nearing the end of this batch now, and we have on the line now, it's car 26. Yes, it is. Which is the Mike James Riley TT Sprite replica. As we look back through the times, and Barbara Lord just got to the top in the time of 64.32. 64.32. So the last car in this batch, number 27, Andy Baker on the hill now. This is the Riley Brooklands. And car 25, Andrew Oliver, the Riley 12-4 special, a time of 62.08. So that brings that back to a conclusion. They'll be coming back down shortly, and we'll move from the Rileys to the VSCC registered cars. Class 3 this is, other VSCC registered cars, and then Class 4 the Austin 7s, the pre-war Austin 7 Club and other Austin 7s. Will be our next group of cars that we see. And car 27, that's the Andy Baker Riley Brooklands, has just got to the top in a time of 62.28. Those of you who are interested in what goes on down here throughout the year, if you've purchased a program, you'll be able to see it in there. If not, the rest of the year is made up as follows. Tomorrow it's a Vintage Sports Car Club event, always well supported, lots of spectators, lots to see, lots of nice old cars. The 14th and 15th of May, which is next weekend, on Saturday is the Torbay Motor Club Hillclimb. This is very much a club weekend, and around to the Southwest Association of Motor Clubs Hillclimb and Sprint Championship, or Speed Championship I should call it, I suppose. And on Sunday it's the Wildlife Autosport, which is Burnham-on-Sea and Taunton Motoring Clubs who get together and run the Hillclimb here on Sunday. And this is the successful group that used to run at Cricket St Thomas, for many people who can remember that far back. Used to run the rallies and the hill climbs there. They now come here just for the one day a year to run the Wildlife Autosport hill climb. These are also rounds of the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Hill Climb Championship, which is very, very well supported with a wide selection of cars, and well worth coming to see. On the 30th and 31st of July, it's the flagship event, the Woolbridge Motor Club British Championship Hill Climb. This brings championship contenders from all over the country here, and very nice it is to watch. This year they're having a double header, whereby they're having a top 12 runoff on the Saturday and another one on the Sunday. In previous years the British Championships used to do their two top 12 runoffs on the Sunday, one in the middle of the day and one at the end of the day, so spreading a bit more over the weekend, so it's going to be excitement on both days. The 3rd and 4th of September is the Five Clubs Hill Climb. This has been a long established event, and originally it was run by 5 clubs: Howden Motor Club, Plymouth Motor Club, Bristol Motor Club, Burnham-on-Sea and Taunton Motor Clubs. But Howden obviously no longer exists, so it's down to the 4 clubs running it, but a very strong committee that have been running the event here for many, many years. Again, it's a Southwestern Championship round, and also Tillicoultry Quarries. I'm just watching Sarah Kellaway come back now with her car, number 120, or number 20, sorry, and her husband Simon will be going out in that shortly. Simon always tells me that his actual profession is pole dancer. I don't believe him. I've seen the size of him, and I think it must be scaffold pole dancer. I'm sure that Simon won't mind me saying that. He'll probably get me back anyway at some point. And then moving on to September, it's the MG Car Club meeting on the 10th of September. And this is mainly aimed at MG, or organised by the MG Car Club, originally for their members. And again, very much a well-supported event with a wide variety of vehicles, and well worth the visit to come and see. Very much a nice club atmosphere to it. And then the final event of the year, the 11th of September, is the NHCA motorcycle event. And it's a wonderful day. There's somewhere in approaching about 120 motorcycles, I think, that day, generally. It's something slightly different. If you've seen cars and you start to think to yourself, well, they look fairly boring through the S's, come and watch the motorbikes. They're anything but boring. So that's the rest of the event year here. And obviously, if you want to buy tickets in advance, you can do that online. They are available. If you have a look at the Wiscombe Park website or the Facebook page, which is very well maintained by a gentleman called Nigel Cole. Nigel was often here taking photos and writing reports on the different events, and works tirelessly on trying to improve the spectator enjoyment, shall we say. And he is able to supply season tickets and day tickets, so should you wish to come, you can go online and he will organise that for you. So you can buy your tickets without even having to leave your armchair. So the course car is now coming back down. We'll be getting ready for the next bunch of cars. Julian Rinaldi having, I think, maybe created a red flag for his son on his way up. He will be now coming out next. So I can see that Claire Fernell Williams is watching from the sunny paddock, car number 139/39. Hello, Claire. So pleased to see that somebody in the paddock has logged on to watch the live stream. So not only can they see it, they can see what's happening out of our site down here without having to climb up the hill. So first up is Lewis Rinaldi coming down in the Fiat Panda, ready for his run. So Lewis hoping to get a clean run this time. He'll be followed up by Andrew Morland in the other Lotus Mark 6, also on a rerun. No, he's not on a rerun, I apologise, that's me. He's actually the first of the cars in this group. So Lewis Rinaldi down there on the start line now. He's got a green light. And when he's ready, he will put the power on and go, as he does. It's a lovely little 100 brake horsepower Fiat Panda. So across the parkland there, over Bunny's Leap, onto the brakes for the gate, slowing it down, into the gate, and around he comes, and then through the S's, as we look back towards the start line again to see the Lotus Mark 6 of Andrew Morland leave the start. Andrew being followed by Gary Clare in Granny. An infamous car, this Granny, been around for many, many years. Lots of history. And here revving up, and away he goes. As we look back up the hill to see what's happening, and Lewis Rinaldi has just got a time of 52.92. So Lewis at the top in 52.92. As on the start line now, we have Anthony Norton in the Alvis 1250, just left the start. Again, a lovely old car, nice body, open tourer. As we look at the time, and For car number 30, Andrew Morland in the Lotus Mark 6, a time of 54.02. Car 31, Gary Clare in Granny, a time of 54.37. As David Bright leaves the line in the Morgan 4.4. Or does he? No, he doesn't. He's still down there. So, I think that must be Paul Martin in that case on the hill. Normally I have a screen which gives me the numbers of the vehicles that are leaving the start line, but unfortunately due to technical difficulties, well, that's what they tell me, we are unable to run the screen today. So it is very much, if I see the number I can tell you, but if I don't see the number, I guess. So there we are. If there's any inaccuracies, it's probably me guessing. So a nice line up there of Austin 7s coming down. The last car in this batch should be going up, or sorry, I should say in this class, the VSCC registered cars. Number 37, Mike Pallett in the Leah Francis, which is on the hill at present. Let's have a look, see if we've got any more times. So we have a time. We've done Gary Clare. We have Anthony Norton in the Alvis. Anthony went up in 64.7. Then car 33, Paul Martin, 56.51 in the Austin Jap single-seater special. And the time for David Pryke in the Morgan 4.4, the time of 51.02. As the first of the Austin 7s gets away, that's David Furnell in the Austin the Toy 7. Claire having just posted something onto the live stream. So nice to know that they're watching down in the paddock here as well. And Mike Pallett gets to the top in 57.87. Car 40, Shirley Tull is on the hill at the moment in her Austin 7. Or I should say on the start. Appears to be a small delay going on there. As car 39 gets to the top of the hill, David Furnell, and a time of 70.8. So I would think that David obviously had a bit of an issue partway up the hill. Maybe he lost power or something. Something that cost him a little bit of time. Looks like the marshals have been doing a bit of sweeping up there as well. They're inspecting the track at the saw bench at the moment just to make sure there's no fluids. And it looks like they've returned to their post now, so they must be happy that the surface is still good and no issues. Just waiting for the clerk of the course to give the all clear that we're able to run again. There we are, away goes the car off the line. This is number 40, Shirley Tull. Obviously Shirley being held down there on the line for a few moments whilst the marshals were looking at the surface at saw bench. Be followed by Julia Westenholm in the lovely Austin 7 Ulster. Beautifully bodied car this, the Ulster. As Shirley goes through the S's, heading up towards Sawbench. And around Sawbench, as she goes around Sawbench, away goes Julia Wostenholme. It's quite nice with the sun glinting off it. And next up is that all silver bodied Austin 7. Just watching the start and away it goes. Douglas Alderson, sorry. Down from Ringwood in Hampshire. And immediately behind him is Rick Pearman. Again in a Austin 7 special. Quite a crisp sounding car this. So Rick Pearman coming through the S's now. And onto the brakes for Sawbench. Up to Sawbench. Down and round he comes. Nice line, straight up the middle of the road and heading up towards the finish line. So a few times. Car 40, Shirley Tull, had a time of 76.5. 41, Julia Wolstenholme, a time of 63.93. Car 43, Douglas Alderson, a time of 65.26. And car 45, Rick Pearman, a time of 62.69. That's Nick Allen in the Shelley Special round Sawbench. Sounds a little bit like a missed gear there for Stuart Rose in the Austin 7 Ulster. We'll shortly be moving into the Fraser Nash cars. That's fine. Stuart Rose leaving the start line now in number 49, the Austin 7 Ulster. As we look down at the times, and we have Bill Phillips, who done a time of 67.21 in car 46, and car 47, Nick Allen in the Austin 7 Shelley Special, a time of 53.64. So, car 48, Dougie Roper Marshall, has just done a 69.11. As we watch the upper part of the hill there, and the cars are now clearing the very top at Martini. And the next car is due to leave the line. Car number 51, Peter Howitt on the hill, another Austin 7 Ulster. Cresting Bunny's Leap now, named after Bunny Chichester, the wife of the Major who used to live here. And the family obviously still residing here to this day. As number 52, Robert Barbett leaves the line in the lovely blue little Austin 7. Now moving on up to the slightly larger cars. We have David Frank in the GN Beetle lining up on the line. This is just under 2 litres, this car. So obviously I leave a little bit of a gap so that he doesn't catch the Austin 7s. And away he goes. As we watch Robert Barbett go through Saw Bench. And the David Frank GN Beetle entering into the S's. Then need some more times. So Stuart Rose, car 49 on 62.79. Car 51, Peter Howitt on 66.66. Car 52, Robert Barbett, car 52, that is a time of 71.14. So moving on now into the Fraser Nash cars. Car 54, David Frank has just done a 54.27. It appears to be one car that's pulled to the side down near the start, so obviously it has an issue of some sort. And we look back, and John Mello in the Fraser Nash Boulogne has just gone up the hill in 56.68. John Giles on the hill at the moment, and Salome, and it's a very old GN. It's 1260cc. Closely followed by David Knight in the Fraser Nash TT replica. John Giles just having rounded Saw Bench. As Julian Grimwade lines up on the start line. This is the Fraser Nash Norris Special with the Alvis engine, the 6-cylinder Alvis engine. Quite a historical car this, Julian was telling me this morning. Down for both days, down for the vintage meeting tomorrow, the VSCC meeting, where he always does quite well. As I was saying earlier, he's changed to a different diameter wheel because he tried it on it a few weeks ago and it made a difference, and he thought he would try it here again today, just to see what sort of difference it made before he makes a decision which size wheels to run with tomorrow. So that's Julian Grimwade on the hill now in the Fraser Nash Norris Special. Being followed by number 124, which is Leonard Lord in the Riley 12.4 Falcon Special, the yellow car. That will also be followed by David Bain at number 110 in the Ginetta G4. So going back looking at times, David Knight done a 56.52 and Julian Grimwade done a 48.95. So number 110 now, that the ex-Roger Coote Ginetta G4. It'll probably be known for that for many, many years to come, because Roger campaigned it for so many years here. Roger's here today. He's got this lovely AC Cobra parked by the fence over here these days. It doesn't think he'll be competing in it though. There's number 120. This is our pole dancer, Simon Calloway. Lovely car this. Shares it with his wife. I believe actually Sarah, it's Sarah's car and she allows Simon to drive it, which is quite nice. So a few times coming in now. So car 124, that's 124, Dennis Lord in the Riley, and he's done a time of 67.93. David Bain in the Ginetta, a time of 53.39. These are the double driven cars going up now, that you see. They have a 1 in front of their number. Number 125, David Morley in the Riley Special on the hill now, having just left the start. It's car number 122, Greg Laringo, has just gone around Martini and recorded a time of 51.91. The Morgan on the hill now. So that will be Georgina Dean, number 116, followed by the course car. Car 120, Simon Calloway has just done a 56.64, and car 122, Greg Larigo has done a 51.91. Car 125, David Morley has just scored a time of 58.43. The final car in that batch, number 116, the Morgan has just gone up in 54.01. That's number 116, Georgina Dean, with a time of 54.01. So the cars are now returning back down the hill. They'll be returning to their paddock spaces. Some of them will obviously be staying over until tomorrow to do the Vintage Sports Car Club event. Some of them will be wanting to load all their stuff up, ready to depart to go home tonight. So obviously just make sure there's plenty of room if a car comes back, just in case they are heading in a different direction to what they expect, to put it on their trailer or something like that. Could I ask you to keep the paddock return road clear so that they have a clear passage? That would be great. And also, if you are in the paddock, I can see Tracy's in there still serving ice creams quite well. So ice creams are going well this afternoon. I think the bar is starting to get inhabited, shall we say. There's people in there having a end of afternoon well-deserved glass of shandy. So obviously the catering is still going. They still have teas, coffees, all the normal sort of stuff that you would expect to find. They usually have some very nice cakes at the Puro Fair Trade counter, so wander across and have a look. And as I've said before, if you're out in the sun and you need to wear a hat, please put one on. It is quite a hot sunny day today. I know in here in this commentary caravan it is very, very warm. I'm looking to get some eggs to see if I can cook them on the counter at the moment. So the cars are coming back. You'll notice a lot of the drivers wave to the marshals and the officials as they come back down the hill. It's quite nice to see that sign of gratitude. The marshals are the ones who put in all the work to keep the hill running on the day for the drivers, and the drivers generally appreciate it. So it's nice to see them giving a wave, a toot or something to the drivers as they come back down. Oh, sorry, to the marshals from the drivers as they come back down, I should say. If you're watching online, there's some quite good footage going on at the moment with the highlights from earlier today. The guys doing the live stream put a lot of effort into getting all this up and running over the winter months, so that they can come down here and set it up and provide the people who can't get here today but would like to see it with the opportunity to actually join us online. They'll be doing an online for tomorrow for the Vintage Sports Car Club, which is quite nice, but I think it's not quite the same as being here and getting the taste and the feel of the event. Then they would also be live streaming the National Hillclimb Championship later in the year, and obviously it's again, it's one of those events that if you can get here, it's great. If you can't, then take the option to look at live stream, or alternatively, when you get home, the live stream will still be available. You can watch it via YouTube for a while to come. So the course vehicle's now back, just waiting for them to go back into place, and we will then move into the next batch of cars, which is the Class 6, the 500 Owners Association Racing Cars 1945 to 1960 up to 500cc. So just waiting for the cars to get themselves ready. Unfortunately today the results screen is not functioning, so I can't really tell you where people are in class at present. But let's just enjoy the lovely sunshine. And down to line goes number 61. This is Alistair Dent in the Hornet F3. He's going to be the first one to go up in this batch. Being lined up by the marshals on the start line. He'll be looking for the green light to come on. When the green light comes on, it means he can go. He doesn't have to go the moment the green light comes on, like in Formula 1, but at his leisure, when he feels comfortable to go. So, down there now, engines revving, waiting for the light. Must be a slight delay somewhere for some reason. I can see the Clark's got his finger on the button over in the Clark's caravan. So I would think it's maybe a timing issue, the timing team just sorting themselves out. Meanwhile, I see our Chief Marshal, Worth Burkhill, walking up the hill. Worth having come all the way back from Spain to be here today. So there we are, his commitment. So the green light is on. Car 61, Alistair Dent's on the hill. He'll be followed by Richard Robarts, number 60. So the Hornet on the hill, followed by the Cooper. So we'll just watch Alistair Dent as he goes into the S's. Trying to get a straighter line as possible through those bends to give him the best speed. Carrying the momentum into Sawbench. Around Sawbench, a little bit of oversteer on the way out by the looks of it. As Richard Robarts, leaves the line behind him. So I think the timekeeper's still experiencing issues down there at the moment. And we got a green light. And car 60, Richard Roberts got a time of 52.13. Car 61, Alistair Dent in the Hornet, got a time of 53.01. Now we have Finn McIntosh on the hill, number 62. Finn put in a very good first run time. Let's see how he gets on. Very quick into Sawbench, I must say. And anybody watching at home, I think that might be a spider's web being built up across the camera at Sawbench, but we'll live with that for the rest of the afternoon. And the time for car 62. 49.31, so 49.31 for Finn McIntosh. Car 65 on the hill now. This is Simon Deadman in the Cooper Mark 10. And car 64 has obviously had a little bit of a problem. They've tried to start it. Marshall's down there pushing it backwards and forwards down to the start line to see if they can get it running, but it doesn't appear to be wanting to play ball. So car 68 now lining up. That's Mark Riley in the Squanderbug GSI. So let's see how Mark goes. There he is, way off the line now. There's a time for number 63, JB Jones, comes in at 54.63. Away goes number 66, John Dent in the Cooper Mark 8. These are racing cars, 500 Owners Club racing cars, sorry, Owners Association racing cars, 1945 to 1960. They're pushing number 64 back again, see if they can get it to fire up. Unfortunately, when the engines get hot, I think it gets difficult to start some of them. Could be fuel vaporization and all sorts of things. as number 69, Max McIntosh, in the Cooper Mark 6, goes away across the hill. Alright, number 64 is up the slope now. The Marshall's getting ready behind it to give it a good old shove to see if they can get it going. Oh, hang on. Looks like it's not quite in the right gear. You have to get these up on the compression, these engine, I believe, to try and start them. But we've got a hold now at the moment. It looks very much like... Sorry about that, don't know what it was. Definitely cleared my ears out. Looks like we got a little bit of hold. It looks like the marshals are just attending up on Martini, so I would think somebody's spun as they've gone over the finish line. Obviously car 64 is being pushed back up a bit further up to see if they can get a bit more momentum up to get it running. It appears that John Dent decided that he would take to the scenery up there and just clip the bank, and it's just left some debris and stuff to be cleaned up off of the track. So just a little bit of cleaning up to be done up there at Martini. So just wait to see how long the marshals have to take to do it. He scored a fail, so I would think he probably didn't make it round the corner. Now car 69 got a red flag, so just going back over the times now. Car 68, that's Mark Riley in the Cooper Mark 6, got a 56.24. Car 65, Simon Deadman, done a 52.64. Car 63, JB Jones, a 54.63. Alright, car 69's actually pulled in at Saw Bench where he was red flagged, so he's going to stay there for the rest of this run. So car 66, John Dent, appears to have scored a fail on that run, so he won't be credited with a time. So car 66 decided that the scenery was nice up at Sawbench, went to visit the blue whales by the sounds of it and put a bit of debris on the track up there, so he won't actually be credited a time. And car 69, Max McIntosh, got red flagged and has pulled off at Sawbench where he'll stay for the rest of this run. So just need the marshals to finish tidying up. I see they're having a good old sweep up there on Martini on my monitor, and once they've got all that nice and clean, they will obviously then start the flag cascade, and once they brought their flag in, they will blow their whistle, and that will then relay down the hill as far as the start line. Very simple system, very old, but very effective. The marshals are working hard up there at Marcina. I see them sweeping and just generally tidying up. It looks like they're heading back to their posts now. We're carrying their brushes, so very shortly we should be back in operation again. There we are, car 64 is now running, so hopefully that'll get down to the start line there and they keep it going, and hopefully without too much delay. I think it's gone quiet. Yes, it's push mode again. It looks like it's just going to pop it back onto the grass. It could be it doesn't like the heat. As number 70 goes down now. This is Mike Wood in the Iota. And Mike will have a clear track to run up, nothing in front of him. As he leaves the line. Number 71, Andy Rayner, comes to the line behind him. I can see the Iota now heading up to the gate area. Oh, looks like he's a cloud of blue smoke behind him as he braked for the corner. Whether that's engine smoke or tyre smoke, I'm not 100% certain. But still going well through the S's. As the line of cars increases behind him now. We'll be very shortly moving on to the 1945 to 1960 over 500cc Formula Junior Historic Racing Car class and 500 Owners Association motorcycle engine cars. And the cars are now coming down out of the paddock to line up to go, and on the hill now, just left the start, is number 73, which is Hamish, Cameron Evely from Welland, all the way down here to enjoy a day's motorsport. A lot of these cars will actually, the vintage ones, will stay over for tomorrow, and quite a few of the drivers, even if they're not competing, will stay over for tomorrow just to see the spectacle of the Vintage Sports Car Club meeting tomorrow. But the 500 Owners Association is always a great meeting, attracts a lot of very desirable cars. As we look down to the start, and away from the start goes number 74, Charles Reynolds, heading up the hill. I was fortunate enough to have a meal with Charles a few years ago with one of his other compatriots from the world of rallying from the 1980s, and a most enjoyable evening it was. The only thing I regret afterwards is not putting a tape recorder in the middle of the table and taping their conversation, although I think I would have had to keep a lot of it to myself because I'm sure some of it wasn't publishable, but it was a great evening. And now we have the Elva of Mark Haynes down there on the start line, and let's have a look back for a few times. So car number 70 scored a time of 54.17, that's Mike Wood, 54.17. Car 71, which is Andy Rayner, scored a time of 52 seconds exactly, that's 52.00. Car 73, Hamish Cameron Evely, done a 53.75. 74, Charles Reynolds, done a 48.72. And we're moving now into the slightly more modern racing car class. And we have on the line now John Bunting. John, as I say, over from Nigeria for the event. I'm not sure how much of the time he spends here throughout the year, but always a pleasure to see him. Here's Jedi. So he's done quite a bit of work this week to get it ready to use today. And then Peter Hannum on the start line now in that lovely, lovely Cooper Bobtail with the Coventry Climax engine. So let's have a few more times. Number 75 got to the top in 51.28. That's 75, Mark Haynes in the Elva, 51.28. So just watching the hill now on my monitor here, and it's quite nice to see the Cooper Bobtail. Again, if you didn't look at straw bales and things like that, you could be racing in the 1950s and 60s looking at some of our entry today, some of it even earlier. But Pete Hannum there from North Devon does a lot of work on other people's racing cars, and if you see him at an event, he's generally got his hands dirty because somebody's had a problem and Peter's dived in to help them out. So, wonderful guy. And also now on the hill we have the Beck MG Special of Andrew Mcdonald. As I say, Andrew used to be a clerk and has clerked here in past years for Woolbridge Motor Club, and he's built this car up. He bought a chassis and then found a donor vehicle which was an MGB and put all the powertrain from the MG into the chassis. So let's have a few more times. So we got car number 82, that is John Bunting, and John done a 46.2. Car number 85, which is Pete Hannum, or Hobbit to anybody local, 57.28. He did explain to me how he got the nickname the other week, and quite amusing he is. And now we're into the Allards. So we have John Clegg in the Allard K2 and James Smith in the Allard J1. So the earlier car on the hill now. It's waiting for a green light down here on the start, which we've got. As the second Allard goes away. This is the Joel Clegg one, the Allard K2, the 5.4 litre V8 engine one. Sydney Allard used to make these cars generally with the Ford V8 engine that was fitted to the Ford Pilot and other cars of that era that Ford produced. And away off of the start line goes number 154, which is the double driven car. This is the Andrew Frank car, the GN Beetle. I may be getting Andrew and David mixed up because I think they're in the entry form the wrong way around, but I'm not 100%, so apologies if I am. And then the lovely little yellow Austin 7, the Austin the Toy 7 of Claire Furnell Williams on the hill at present. And then racing car at the moment down on the line. This is the Dempster Ensign LNF3. It's a twin cam engine. This is the Firth Cross car. So Firth waiting, he's got his green light and the revs rise and he's away. Firth has been competing for a number of years. He's going to be followed by Peter Reid in car 90, the Westfield SEI, as we watch the little Austin 7 toy go around Sawbench. Firth has just gone through the gate into the S's. Quite a sensation driving Wiscombe in a single-seater car, I would imagine. Very low down. And Peter Reid is away from the start. Now we have the man who I think is trying to set the world alight this today. we have Andrew Forsyth on the start line in his OMS. This is a 1400cc car. Andrew from Blandford Forum. Very much a competitor here at Wiscombe, and if he's not competing, he often helps out with a lot of the other things going on behind the scenes. And we're waiting, the revs are up, and Andrew's away. And getting the power down nicely there off the start line. Very quick gear changes this car's got. Andrew getting some excellent results with it this year so far. He's gone through the gate, into the S's, powering it through the S's. And hard on the brakes for Sawbench. Turns it in, doesn't take too tight a line, sort of around the middle of the road type line, and puts the power down. And let's have a look to see what he's going to do. He's up at Martini now, around Martini, powering it over the finish line in a time of 37.44, which would be the fastest time we'll have seen today. Andrew will obviously be setting the FTD for today. So just going back over a few of the other times for the cars that have gone up. And starting with number 85, Pete Hannum, a 57.58. Car 86, Andrew Mcdonald, a 63.79. Car 77, a time of 56.17. That's camera 77, Bella Murray. Car 80, which is James Smith in the Allard J1, a 60.04. The Allard number 79, which is Joe Clegg, has done a time of 60.37. Car 154, a time of 53.94. That's number 154, Andrew Frank, or it might be David, because I'm sure my list is wrong. And car 139, this is also a double driven car. This is Claire Furnell Williams, and the Austin 7 Toy has done a 69.73. Car 89, and they're obviously still trying to get cars running down there. Car number 89, Firth Cross, a time of 45.73. Car 90, Peter Eade, 45.31. Car 87, Andrew Forsyth, 37.44. And car number 76, which they had trouble getting running at one point, Dave Andrews, has done a time of 48.37. So it looks like we've got the car running, and it's going to do a hill, or attempt at the hill. And then we have the Morgans and the motorcycles left to come. So car number 64 is on the hill now. This is Jonathan Morris in the way. So we have to wait for him to get to the top of the hill. Then the course cars behind him and the clearing up vehicles. So they go up, and we will then have the double-driven double-driven car, number 175, the three Morgans and the motorcycle combination, and that will then be followed by the motorcycle entry. So just a short time left now, so we see the motorcycles in action. So time for car 64, a time of 65.70. So the car entry is now about to be returned back down from the top paddock. So if you're out there, as you see them come down, show your appreciation for their efforts today. Give them a round of applause, a bit of a cheer as they come down. It's not just the man who finishes with the fastest time, but they've all been entertaining to us today. So give a good old cheer and a clap to everybody, and it'd be nice to see all the drivers as they wave to say thank you to the marshals as they come down as well. And if we remind anybody in the paddock return road, the cars are now returning. If you obviously let them come through, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. So the cars have just left the top paddock. They're coming down now. So very shortly they'll be with us. As I say, if you're on the hill, if you could be good enough to give them a round of applause as they come down. Give them a wave. And here comes Andrew Forsyth, who set the FTD today, so obviously give Andrew a round of applause and a wave as he comes back through in his OMS number 87. I know he'd appreciate it. So we have one more car to run, which is a double driven car. There's 3 Morgans and a sidecar, and then that batch will come down, and then we'll be into the motorcycles. So And ice creams are still available. Teas, coffees. All down here in the paddock. The bar is open. And we remain open right the way through prize giving as well. And if you're here today, don't forget to come to prize giving. Come and support your fellow competitors as they pick up their awards. So the course car is back in position now. We'll very shortly be resuming, and car number 69 is coming down. That's a rerun. So car 69 down on the start line now. This is Max McIntosh in the Cooper Mark 6. He was red flagged earlier, so here we now going out to do his rerun as he leaves the start. And he goes over Bunny's Leap. Car number 175 is starting to make its way down. This is the Elva coming down. This is the other double driven car. It will be followed by the 3 Morgans. And just watching for the green light now on the start as car number 69 Max McIntosh rounds Martini hairpin in a time of 51.52, and number 175 the Elva is on the hill. We have the 3 Morgans now all lining up ready. So first up will be Graham Slater and Kathleen Slater, hoping for a cleaner run this time. They had a little bit of a minor excursion into Saw Bench last time up. It's number 92, Graham Slater and Kathleen Slater. So having a steady run up there as the Elva goes over the finish line with a time of 48.88. That's car 175, a time of 48.88. So the Morgan on the hill taking it very cautiously at this moment. Just getting to Saw Bench now. So away from the line goes Tony Quinn and Ballast. I'm not sure who this Ballast person is, but Morgan's safely round Saw Bench, heading on up to the top corner of Martini. And the 3rd Morgan is just readying itself. That's Robin Petra Pike. This is one of the more modern Morgans. Through the gate and into the S's goes Tony Quinn, keeping a nice straight line through the S's as close as he can, so not to use up too many, lose too much momentum by going through the curves. And the red Morgan, last of the three Morgans, now on its way up over Bunny's Leap, up the top of the hill now, watching for the single person Tony Quinn car, number 93, to cross the line. And car 92, Graham and Kathleen Slater, have done a 84.72. Car 93, that's Tony Quinn, has just completed a run in 57.07. And Rob and Petra Pike are just nearing the top of the hill now, just rounded Martini under the finish banner and have done a time of 52.82. Meanwhile, down on the start line now, we have our first motorcycle combination, and this is the combination of Kevin Young and Sarah Howard. I said earlier, Kevin will ride at this run, and then he will be the sidecar passenger for Rodney Thorne on the cart. Sorry, on the tricycle or outfit on Rodney's run a bit later in amongst the motorcycles. So waiting for the light to go green. The marshals have to remove some marker posts that are out there on the hill after the last car goes up and before the motorcycles go up. And I can hear the revs rising. They got the green light and they're away. This is a Derbyshire Honda 600cc outfit. Getting the power down, going up over Bunny's Leap now. Heading towards the gate area. Sarah preparing for the left-hand bend as they go through there. Through the S's. Keeping it nice and steady. Up into Sawbench. And on the brakes, Sarah moves across over the back wheel behind the rider, behind Kevin, and they get the power down up to Martini, and just approaching Martini now, and they turn it in. Sarah hangs out over the side to keep the side of the cart down, and over they go over the line, and they have just done a time of, here it comes now, 51.99. So the course vehicle's gone up now to bring that batch back, and then we will move into the motorcycles. As they all start to line up down here, the motorcycles, ready and waiting. I see the course vehicles just rounded Sawbench, heading towards Martini. That's it. The course vehicles now going under the finish banner. They will now release the batch that's up there in the paddock to come back down. So only a small batch, but obviously, as I keep saying, just keep an eye open for them as they come back into the paddock. Obviously, we don't want to impede their flow. Again, if you're watching at home on the live stream, thank you for joining us today. The motorcycles are yet to come, so stay tuned and watch them. They're always very, very enjoyable to watch. And don't forget, we have other events throughout the rest of the year. And it'd be always good to see you here in person. If you can't make it in person, obviously have a look at the website and pick up the live stream. The next live stream is tomorrow for the vintage event. And then it's for the National Championship rounds in July. And nice as the live stream is, there's nothing to beat actually being here. So you know, come on down, don't be shy. There's tickets are available, you can get them via the website, and Nigel, who looks after the website, is often here taking pictures as well. He'd be pleased to talk to you, and he will quite happily sell you tickets to come along. And don't forget, as you see now, Reese have sponsored the live stream for us again this year. They're a very wide covering insurance company. They will cover competition vehicles, your own ordinary road car, old cars, new cars. Just give them a call and just see what sort of price they can do for you. So as I say, we're nearing the end now. We've just got the motorcycle batch to go, and quite exciting they are. So hang around, stay, if you're watching from home, stay watching. Hopefully you're sat in the garden watching this in a nice glass of something cool. Again, also a big thank you to the Chichester family. I can see Tim walking down in front of me now. Thank you for letting us to come and enjoy your wonderful land that you have here and your road, Tim, and all the family. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to come here and enjoy our motorsport. So the first motorcycle is down to the line now. This is the 250 to 350 class. We have Simon Wilson, number 131, readying yourself. And away he goes. Off the start line. To be followed by Anthony Isaacs, and son of Peter, who's here today. Both of them riding Velocets. Just a quick message for Nigel Winkworth. Nigel Winkworth, if you can hear me, your lights are on. Let's turn them off now. So, moving on. Anthony Isaac down there on the start line, ready to go. As through the S's goes Simon Wilson, heading towards the top. Lovely streamlined bike, this. Reminds you of the racing bikes of the 60s and 70s to look at. As Ant goes around the bottom corner here at Wiz Corner. That lovely old Velocet. This is a 350cc bike, and then we move into the 351 to 500 class. So Simon Wilson's got to the top of the hill with a time of 49.12. So we have Jamie Mitchell on the start line now. Jamie number 6 on the BRC 450. One of the top riders in the championship. And obviously, if you watch him, you can see the commitment there. Through the S's. He's almost dancing, that bike, as he goes through the S's there. Well worth watching. We're in saw bench. As he accelerates at the saw bench, no doubt the front's lifting up a bit. I can't see from here, but I would imagine it would be. And then Richard Boker's on the hill, number 511. So a time of for Anthony Isaac on the 350 Velocet, a time of 60.70, 60.70. And then Jamie Mitchell, a time of 42.44. As I said earlier, unfortunately I can't see always see the numbers on the side of the bikes, so some of it is, if it seems vague, it's because it is vague. So apologies if I get anybody wrong. Just looking at the times now. Richard Boak has just done at 46.96. Waiting for Steve Atkins' time to come in. And Steve Atkins has done a 53.3. So just watching the bikes going through the S's there and into Sawbench corner. Lovely lines taking. Aidan Stafford just done a 49.29. As on the line at the moment is Peter Isaac lining up on his 500cc Velocette. Back to see what the times are doing. Aidan Stafford done a 49.29. Richard Thorne done a 54.15. I think Richard would be quite happy with that. First time out on the bike today. Young man also looking at maybe going a bit of car hill climbing in the future as well. Richard Peaty just done a 45.81. Quite a good time that on the Husqvarna 450. And Peter rounds Sawbench, heading on up towards Martini. Oh, that lovely old Velocette of his. Around Martini, making a very nice line around there. Very safe line. So, looking back at what we have going on in front of us here. I believe that's Callum Short now on the start line, waiting to go on his 450 KTM. And 5.61, Peter Isaac done a time of 57.37. As Callum Short goes across the front, powers it up over Bunny's Leap. Get a time for, oh no, Callum Short's already gone up, sorry. Callum has gone up in 43.87. That's down there on the line now, warming up is Guy Ursel. So the time comes in for Keith Haynes at 45.34. And Guy's off the line now. Committed rider is Guy. On the brakes, through the gate. Again, another one making the bike dance from side to side as he goes through the S's. Wonderful to watch, nice flow to it. Up into Sawbench. As number 10, Peter Short leaves the start line. Again, somebody really worth watching, very committed. Superb riders these. Into the gate, through the gateway. Through the S's, had the front up there I think a little bit. onto the brakes, into saw bench, brings it round saw bench, nice tidy line, gets the power down, up the straight there to Martini. So look at the times that have come through. So Guy Ursel done a 44.42 and Peter Short a 42.97. As over Bunny's Leap, we watch the next bike, and looking down towards the start line, we can see, I think it's Jim Goddard leaving the start now. Jim Goddard on the KTM Duke. We have a time coming for Dick Sinkins of 50.31 and for Keith Hunt of 52.39. We move into the 751 to 1400 class very shortly. Number 744, Chris Keats, done a 45.46. Jim Goddard got to the top in 49.21. So moving into the bigger bikes now. And I think David Peters on the hill, running at number 9. Number 766, David Norris, got to the top in a time of 46.95. So we're now looking for David Peat to get to the top, so we can get his time. As away from the line, I believe, is probably Matthew Mogridge. So number 9, David Peat, a time of 47.33. Moving through the solo motorcycle as well now. And we have a look back, and Gareth Plunkett has done a 53.66. Look at the time now for Matthew Mogridge. See what Mog's done. And here it comes. 819. Mog has done a 46.21. So at the moment, the fastest of those 751 to 1400 class, but still quite a few left to go. And number 829. That's Colin Dodge. Colin on the 850 Triumph has done a 48.45. So Mog's still leading that at the moment. Stephen Butler getting to the top on motorcycle number 830 on a time of 47.85. I think that could be Pete Ford out there now on the Hill Dragon 600 supercharged. As we look back, and Alison Self has just done a 57.32. So 3 more motorcycles, solo motorcycles to go. The one that's on the hill now, and then the 2 down at the start, and then we will go into the combinations. So number 853 Mark Stafford, 48.9. So waiting for Pete Ford's time to come in, and just as he goes over the finish line now at the top. Number 864, a 47.28. So Mock still leading the class at the moment. We have Mark Williams on the hill. With a time of 47.26 on the Honda. Now Hans Tanzer on the Harley Davidson, just rounding Sawbench now. I doubt he will shortly be at the top. As Paul Jeffrey on the KTM Duke, number 891, goes through the gate. And a time for Hans of 51.68. Let's see what Paul Jeffrey has done. So Paul Jeffrey being the last of the bikes, as we watch Nigel and Kirsty Glover on the Triton 750 outfit head up the hill. We look and we can see that Paul Jeffrey's just gone under the finish banner in a time of 43.05. So he is now taking away the lead from Mock in that class. So we have Simon and Jane Foster about to leave the start line. And the Honda F2 600cc outfit this. Lovely sounding outfit. And up over Bunny's Leap, heading towards the gate. Brakes around, and then Jane will be hanging off the side to keep the left hand side down on the ground as it goes through. Just clip the curb there going through the S's, little bounce. And now around Sawbench, Jane gets right over the back to get the power, or get the ballast over the power wheel, and away they go. And down on the line now we've got Rodney Thorne and Kevin Young. I say Rodney quite often seen here in a single-seater racing car, his Pilbeam, and Kevin was riding the outfit earlier with Sarah Howard on the side. And as they go away, just leaves the Keats brothers now. So let's have a look at some times. Nigel and Kirsty Glover, 57.66. Simon and Jane Foster, 46.61. That's outfit number 969. As the Windle goes over the finish line of Kevin and Sarah Jewell and records a time of 56.42. As the last outfit is on the hill now, they'll be followed by the course car. Then they will bring all the motorcycle entry back down, and obviously they need to get back to their paddock, so please obviously bear in mind that they will be coming back. Number 996 Rodney Thorne and Kevin Young, 51.08. So just waiting for the time now to come in for the Keats brothers, Paul and Patrick Keats. Patrick riding the bike, Paul in the sidecar outfit, both from Wellington. They used to used to hill climb a Mini in years gone by. Then they went to a Mallock, and then they went to motorcycles. So they have just done a time of 47.89. 47.89. So just a little bit slower than the Fosters. So that concludes our competitive event today. Thank you all for coming and bearing with us while we've had our little issues throughout the day. Unfortunately, the technical side of some of the equipment I would have in here, which would enable me to give you more times, is not wanted to play. But thank you all, and don't forget that the prize giving will take place very shortly, as soon as the results are made final over in the paddock. You will be called down, and it would be nice for as many of you as possible to make it, to come and give your support to your fellow competitors or friends, even if they're if you're here in the friend shall we say. So that's it, and thank you all, and have a safe journey home if you're not staying for prize giving. If you're staying up the top tonight, please have a lovely evening. If you're going out for something to eat and you're driving your road car off